Hello, everyone. Look at this. Oh,
Hey,
is it time to roll for combat? Yeah, I actually thought about that. I'm gonna do a little intro stream because we have this thing on our podcast, if you listen to it, where it says roll for combat. And it's so funny because I know people like Derek who were like, roll for combat. That's so stupid. It's roll for initiative. But everyone I know now says roll for combat because it's just more fun and it just rolls off the tongue and you can do funs with it. And I tell you, hopefully you guys start doing it too in your games. You start rolling for combat. Anyhow, so yeah, we're here and I'm going to tell you guys the quick timeline of what's going on. So before I do, why don't we introduce ourselves? Because we have thousands of people here, and I bet you some of these people, most of you, don't even know who we were until a week ago. So, Mark, who are you?
so I am Mark Seifter, and I am the director of game design at for Roll for Combat, working on the Battle Zoo line. But before that, I worked at Paizo for almost a decade, and I was working on Pathfinder First Edition, and I helped design Starfinder. I was one of the main leads creating Pathfinder Second Edition, so I wrote a ton of stuff for that. If you have a Pathfinder Second Edition book, chances are that you will either see me on the cover or inside as a design lead or something like that. I've done a lot of work in that venue. So that's basically who I am. I'm the author for a lot of what Battle Zoo's products are. So if you have that dragon book to the dragon race or ancestry, like I wrote the entire thing. And so that's kind of what I do. I'm the game design guy, and Steven is the business genius and layout guy.
Yeah, I started World from Combat. Actually, before this, I had a background in video games, and I actually had a podcast called Gaming Steve for a long time. And it was one of the very first podcasts ever. It came out in 2004. But this way, the first game I reviewed, I think, was either God of War or World of Warcraft. That's how old it was. And it was really, really popular, but oh boy, I wish I stuck with it. I kind of got out of that and got out of the video game space, and then I got into the role-playing space, which is a lot smaller, but I still enjoyed it. And then I decided I wanted to keep podcasting, so I did an actual play, and we did an actual play on Starfinder, and then we did some on Pathfinder, and we still do two actual plays on the Roll for Combat. If you go to rollforcombat.com, you can see it there. You can subscribe. If you don't want to, like, some of them are now like 100 episodes in. One's like 145 episodes in. I do put them into chapters, and I do recaps. So you could just start with the latest book, and you'll get a recap. So I do that on purpose. Or if you want to do the Fall of Plague Stone, I actually think that might be our best podcast, and it's only like 32 episodes. So you can see the whole from beginning to end. And if you also want to do a great podcast, do check out 25 North, who are doing an actual play of our adventure path, Jewel of the Indigo Isles. So shout out to Original God of War and KOLC. Yes, thank you for the super chat. So anyhow, I started that, and then through a lot, it's a long story, I won't get into it. I started to publish, and I published the Battle Zoo Bestiary, which is monsters created by just people who submitted them and were judged. We also created a monster part system, so you can make all your gear out of monster parts, and that's for Pathfinder 5e. And
that
was
a fun one to make.
Yeah, and
it
Mark
was a
wrote
lot
that.
of math. There was a lot of work to re-engineer the entire economy, but like fortunately, I had also had a huge hand in the original economy for Pathfinder Second Edition, and we had help for 5e from some of the level up folks, and we worked together on doing the 5e version of that.
Yeah, and so that's my background. We were like pretty well known in the Pathfinder community because we actually do. There's not a huge number of Pathfinder developers out there, but we do
Would
a lot.
You say that we've done the biggest
I think we're
Kickstarter for Pathfinder Second Edition, other than Paizo itself?
Yes, we're the largest third-party publisher of Pathfinder products right now. A lot of people abandoned
That might be
Pathfinder.
changing.
It might be changing. A lot of people moved over from Pathfinder to 5e. Like Cobalt Press used to put out a ton of Pathfinder stuff,
Yeah,
and they kind
they
of
had some
stopped.
great Pathfinder stuff
I know.
and 3.5 stuff. Like I have their Deep Magic book.
Yeah, they were
I
good.
kickstarted that one.
They were really good. So anyhow, one of the advantages of us is we have a lot of contacts in the industry, and we know, I wouldn't say everyone, but we know a lot of people. And Mark worked at Paizo. We know a lot of people at WoTC. Mark knows even more people. I'm very friendly with Eric Mona, who's the publisher at Paizo. I know, well, the Mike and Mage Hand, who's been leading this charge. We just know everyone. It's not that big a community, and just right place.
People were wondering, like, how did these guys? Like, why did we get it first? That was like when we first leaked it. They're like, this isn't credible. Like, they don't have a lot of subscribers compared to some of the other channels I watch, and the reason is that, like Steven said, we kind of know people in a lot of different circles. Like we know other D&D YouTubers and tabletop RPG YouTubers, and we know people in the industry. And furthermore, we weren't the first people to receive the leak. Like Indestructible had the leak sooner.
Well,
and
right? Yes, he had it about
Saddlebag, and there are others who had the leak sooner and even mentioned that it existed and that it was not going to be good.
Yeah, Indestructible had it.
We were the first that quoted it.
Yeah, he's the first. He had it a month and a half before us.
Steven is someone who I knew when I received the leak at first was going to have my back on putting it out there. We were not afraid to quote the leak.
Yeah, we weren't afraid to bring it to public, which is my background is my day job is I build Fortune 500. I own a company and we build Fortune 500 websites for a living. So I deal with Fortune 500 websites on a daily basis. I talk to my lawyers on a daily basis. I've worked with people like Hasbro. Some of my pedigree, I did the Harry Potter website. I did the Girl Scouts of the USA's website. I did a ton of websites for Scholastic. If you ever did Little Bill, or a thing called Blue's Clues, I did all their websites for Nickelodeon. So I was based in Manhattan. I am used to working with people of this size, so I am really not scared working or dealing with Hasbro. I'm just not. I deal with these type of people on a daily basis. 2 quick super chats. Eldrin Road. I put my Bounty chocolate bars in the freezer. Yum.
Okay.
Deus Ex Machina. I worked under GSL. People forget Goodman published 4E products before the date to GSL. I also wrote the viral open letter to WoTC during 4E. I actually worked on Goodman Games, and I worked on the DCC product line, and I wrote the pre-gens, all of them, for 4E, and named them. And if you ever see that DCC 4E line, which I'm sure no one has ever seen, those are all my friends and my friends' characters, by the way.
So there's a few more super chats. Hates Geekverse says, thank you both so much for all the work you've been doing here. You guys are heroes doing the Lord's work on this topic. Let's keep the pressure up. Ollie Wright says, have a hero point each. And
Thanks,
Captain
guys.
Relic the Brass Dragon gave a super chat with no additional comment. And I do want to add that just because of the fact that we decided that we were going to put it out, partially because Steven knows his rights because he has done all these other things, that doesn't mean I think that anybody else who had it was wrong not to put it out. Like they were right. Like it made sense that it made sense that it's scary.
It's scary.
And it's a completely reasonable move. That's just what we happen to do. Triptune Radio said in a super chat, I'm beginning to work on creating my own tabletop RPG. Do you have any tips on how to get my game in the eyes of the public or in the eyes of publishers? So my suggestion, and you could hear a similar thing from Ryan Dancy in our interview, if you watch the Ryan Dancy interview, is that it's about like externalities and connections. So in general, your tabletop RPG will get more people if you're part of a community and have connections with a license that has people already. And that was what the open game license is about. If you publish totally indie, something totally different, it's going to be harder to get people to notice it. Sometimes you're going to be making something absolutely outstanding. There's so many good indie RPGs that it would take more than one entire stream to talk about it. Maybe we should talk about that sometime in the future. But if you want it to be seen, you probably want to join a large existing license. And right now, maybe not. Maybe the OGL is a little bit in flux, but something like that.
Yeah, real quick, I while you look at the super chats, we'll try to get to all of them. I'm gonna actually not disable, but I'm gonna turn them off when we get to it. So
if we get the announcement,
yeah. So if anyone sees something, tell me. I have it ready to go.
There are a couple more,
but let me quickly tell. Yeah, we'll do the super chats in a sec, real quick. So the reason I decided to do this is because I had my inside information, and I've been talking to a lot of people, and I have a lot of good moles. Is that they shot something at WoTC on what's today?
On Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Right?
They shot a video on Tuesday, supposedly. Wednesday, which was yesterday, was supposed to be the day that they were going to announce all their OGL 1.1 partners. That was like supposed to be the big day. That's why we thought perhaps they were going to do something yesterday. They didn't. Yesterday they did have, and this has now also been tweeted, and to double confirm, but I had other sources confirm, they had a all hands meeting yesterday at WoTC with their creative team, which is weird, to try to help do damage control. And that is what they did. I have a feeling they might be putting some of the creative staff on camera, and supposedly multiple sources, so many I can't even count anymore, all said that something was dropping today at 3 p.m. Eastern. And I thought it would be...
Keep in mind.
Yes.
Keep in mind, everyone who's watching this, we have given you leaks that we found from multiple sources of what happened in the past at WoTC.
Correct.
Like 5 or so by this point. They have all been accurate. There still might not be anything in 18 minutes because it's a leak about the future. And I trust the fact that we've had like at least 5 or 6 sources that have confirmed that there was supposed to be something in 18 minutes. But guess what? Those leaks got their information before all of you were out there canceling a million D&D Beyond subscriptions this morning. So they might have changed their mind. We don't know. We're going to find out. But they were accurate at the time that was the plan. And that's sort of how things go. So there were, let's see,
by the way, that's actually been the messaging that we want to get out there. Is this is rumor and speculation, but I have a lot of sources.
We have better sources for this one.
Well,
there's been an email.
Yeah, I saw that in the email, but they don't care about you. You're a number. You're a number on the spreadsheet, and the only thing they care about is their D&D Beyond subscriptions, because that is going to be their new VTT. I can't go into details. I have even more evidence against supporting this. I have seen internal things, and I know this is for a fact. I know people personally who are working on D&D Beyond. I also know that they bought it for $146 million, have 250 to 350 very expensive engineers working on this. I would put the guess that they're spending at least $250 million on D&D Beyond. That is their goal. Their goal is to move everyone to D&D Beyond. I won't go into the detail of how that's possible and how they can cancel all the other VTTs, how they can put drive-thru out of business, how they can become the only clearinghouse, but it is possible. I've been linking to other things. Yes, this is possible. I know it sounds crazy that how can the OGL do that, but it can.
So I do want to read this for everyone, though. This is the email that came from a D&D Beyond staffer that was posted by the popular YouTube channel D&D Shorts. It has been confirmed by multiple others who received it, including being vetted by Linda Codega, who I consider to be once it's vetted by Linda, once they have checked it out, they go by pretty high journalistic standards. So I'm considering it to be pretty ironclad by this point that this email is from a legitimate WoTC source. And it said, "Hi, I'm an employee at WoTC, currently working on D&D Beyond DDB, and with D&D business leaders on the health of the product line. If you want, I can provide proof of this. I'm sending this message because I fear for the health of a community I love, and I know what the leaders at WoTC are looking at. They are briefly delaying rollout of OGL changes due to the backlash. Their decision making is based entirely on the provable impact to the bottom line. Specifically, they are looking at DDB subscriptions and cancellations, as it is the quickest financial data they currently have. They are still hoping the community forgets, moves on, and they can just push this through. I have decided to reach out because at my time at WoTC, I've never once heard management refer to customers in a positive manner. Their communication gives me the impression they see customers as obstacles between them and their money. The DDB team was first told to prepare to support the new OGL changes in online portal when they got back from the holidays. Leadership didn't take any responsibility for the pain and stress they cause others. Leadership's first communication to the rank and file on the OGL was 30 minutes on 11th of January 2023. This was the first time they even tried to communicate their intentions about the OGL to employees. And even in this meeting, they blamed the community for overreacting. I will repeat, the main thing this leadership is looking at is D&D Beyond subscription cancellation. Hope your day goes well. P.S. I'll be copying and pasting this message to other community leaders.
So this actually came out today, and this confirms everything I heard yesterday as well.
This came out today, and it's vetted by enough people, including those who would vet to a high degree of rigor. Linda Codegas at Gizmodo tweeted that they are going to have an article out about that scene.
Yep.
So that's very important to check.
I believe Polygon probably will have too.
About that particular email?
About something. This way, a lot of people, a lot of the press have been contacting me and others I know, and I think they're all getting ready to pounce on this.
So this segues into the next super chat question, which says,
let's go to super chats because we have so many.
What will happen to third-party Kickstarters that have already been funded but have not yet been delivered? Thank you. So Pond Squared. If WoTC, who are barely putting in any concessions according to that email, but if they are putting in the concession of delaying the effect of canceling everybody's products, that will at least help some of those Kickstarters. That seems to be the one thing they're willing to consider. Matt Lewis says, has there been any new news? Well, how about that news? That was that email I read is pretty.
Yeah, Legal Eagle is releasing a video soon, who I was also talking to, by the way. I don't think he's using me, but he and I were chatting as well. By the way, here's something that Instaboy and I helped... Instructaboy and I helped put out. Some people are worried that if you don't put out something using OGL 1.0a before tomorrow, that you might get locked out of the license. I don't believe that's true, but if you want to be super safe, here is a template, and all you need to do is put in the title of your product here, put in your name here, and then just put in your title here, and then either your company name or your name here, and then your name here, and then publish it. Just publish it somewhere, and then now you have officially published using OGL 1.0a, and then if they try to come after you and say you can't publish anymore, you can say, I'm grandfathered in. I already did something using 1.0a, and you just have to make it public. Just take it. I will say, make sure the title is different. So we can't all have the same title name. You gotta change the title, otherwise it won't. It's hard to copyright. It's hard to claim that you did something original, not derivative. So just take this. You don't need to change anything. We could all have Viva La Revolution as the same feature, and that's it. It's literally just one.
I have a question for you, Steven.
Yes.
In my channel, Arcade Bark on Discord, invite.cc/Arcade Bark, we have posted OGL rules content and the OGL in a channel that is on the Discord that's from our streams that we just make during the streams, and we put it on the Discord. Would that be fine if the Discord hosts OGL 1.0a and then we say all the rules in this are open content?
You should be good.
I want to make sure, since I've created a ton of stuff, but I haven't necessarily published.
It doesn't matter. If you do it even for free, it doesn't have to be for profit. As long as you use it. As long as you use.
So I figured using me as an example will help our viewers to understand this. So there are a decent number of more questions. Strange Bard says, given Coldwell Press and others are working on their own systems and or distancing from 5e, is the damage irreparable even if WoTC apologizes and retracts? I would say we won't know until we see what happens, but it seems very unlikely that they are going to retract. Also, like at the very least, they've shown what they want to do right now. It may take until like a sea change where the executives shift, just like in 4e, they didn't do anything nearly this much, but they did, put out the GSL and stop using the OGL, but in 5e they went back to the OGL. So it might take a sea change. So we don't really know.
One thing I did want to say, so everyone, you have to cancel your subscriptions.
Yes.
Okay. I I got the war cry out. Everyone, thank God, has been riling around it. They just care about money. They care about money. And in my old life, when I used to work a lot with Blizzard, and I worked a lot in World of Warcraft, and they used to say their favorite subscribers were people who subscribed to World of Warcraft and then never played it. It was free money, and then they weren't taxing the system. I guarantee there's a lot of you out there who have D&D Beyond subscriptions that you never canceled because you thought maybe I'll use it one day, maybe I'll use it in the future. You don't lose your content. If you cancel your D&D Beyond subscription, you still have all your content. And there's other videos out there proving that. So don't worry, you're not going to lose anything, but you're not going to be paying them. If they see enough people start canceling the subscription, they will pay attention. I hate to say it, it's like we can sign letters, we can submit a million, call them, everything. It will help, but money talks. And you start canceling your subscriptions and people are going to pay attention. The suits are going to pay attention. I heard, and this has happened, the D&D Beyond subscription page is no longer accessible. If you try to, the whole thing works, but for some reason, you can't go to subscription page anymore, and you can't seem to cancel it. It seems to give an error. By the way, if that's true, that's if it's true and they brought it down, that's illegal, heavily illegal. Won't get into it, but you can't do that. And even if it's not illegal, that doesn't mean you still can't cancel your subscription. Just go to this page. Believe it's this page. Hold on, let me check. And put in a ticket saying you want to cancel your subscription. So just put in a ticket. Say you want to cancel your subscription. If they're not going to let us do it through the official, it's back up. Okay. If you try to put
down, but it went back
if
up.
It's down, put in a ticket. Cancel your subscription. Everyone has to cancel subscription. I don't subscribe to D&D Beyond. I used to. I don't anymore. You have to, because that's all they care about. I know this is harsh.
Right now, that's the only way your feedback is getting to them. If
I
you're
guarantee it.
Sending them, if you're calling them, apparently, according to this person, that's they didn't talk about who the people called.
So I've heard. I have already heard this. I know this from a half a dozen people. I know this for a fact.
There you go. So we've got some more super chats. AJ Pickett says, "Thanks to you and everyone for taking a stand. I love this community, and it really is one now." The Tower of Tome says, "Thanks. Keep up the good work." Subbed. Josh Karan says, "I've always liked the movement concept in Warhammer with rulers. Do you think that would be a good movement option instead of squares?" I mean, it depends on what works for you. I kind of like yards or meters because you can do orthogonal movement as 2 yards or meters and then diagonal as 3. So you don't have to do alternating diagonals or the really weird geometry defying 1-for-1 diagonals where if you run diagonally, like in some video games, you move faster.
By the way, we almost have more live people than we have subscriptions.
Yeah.
Like and subscribe.
Please subscribe if you like this content, if you want more of this content. Steven, can we tell them who we have on for tomorrow so they'll know why they should subscribe?
Yes.
Bob, the guy who
Bob Tarantino,
the guy who wrote that thesis that we talked about a couple days ago. It's going to be on the show tomorrow. So you know, if you subscribe, that'll help get you a reminder. Bob
Tarantino wrote a dissertation and thesis.
384
pages. You have to read it by tomorrow. You're going to have to read it by tomorrow, Mark, because I don't have time. And we're going to talk to him tomorrow live.
So I've already read a decent chunk of it.
I actually read most of it, too. I think around 3:30, I'm going to have him on the show, and we will talk with him. And he's an IP attorney in Canada of the world's largest law firm, so he's not nobody. And he is both a lawyer and someone who wrote a dissertation on the OGL. And he was very happy to come on the show and discuss this with us. It should be interesting. And again, the reason I want to get all these people on the show is because we need to keep the history and the provenance of what happened and how the OGL was created. So if this ever goes to court, which it might, and Hasbro is going to come around and say, this is not what we intended. This is not what we intended. Well, guess what? We got the people who wrote it and designed it and were there when it was designed and intended. So we know what happened.
That's right. So the next super chat, Fast Phoenix says, how does it feel having 4,000 TTRPG fans watching the stream right now? Well, I guess I don't know because we have 6,000 watching the stream right now.
It's surreal. One week ago, almost to the day, It was just us doing our little show. We had a
Yeah.
weekly show, and I said, and every week I think, what topic would she do? I go, I'll do the OGL. And poof, boy, right
Yeah.
place, right time, I tell you.
Like, I'm somewhat hobby famous in quotes for, the work I did creating Pathfinder's second edition alongside the other 3 people on that core team. But let me tell you, on YouTube and Twitch and other places like that, like, I do my channel has done all sorts of stream, like GMing advice, other things like that. Not that many people usually watch. So having 6,000 people,
I think
like
I
Steven
think
says.
Arcane Mark might have a few more people next week, by the way. If you ever do one
yeah.
again.
Arcane Mark, right? Oh no, we did one on Jalmaray, though. We may need to stop doing just the middle of the Impossible Lands, even though it's a gorgeous book and I love it.
I
and
love
do
that
some
book.
More,
I love that
do
book.
some more generic GMing advice like we used to, because those were good videos that basically not that many people watched, and I feel like people might watch it now. So another super chat from Tom H. Trust is broken. The damage has already been done. Michael is wondering, could be a false flag about this announcement if WoTC tells different people different times to try and figure out who is leaking what. I don't think so.
No, we were all told the same
we
time.
We have a lot of sources, and they all said noon. So
noon your
it could
time.
become wrong if all the D&D Beyond cancellation caused them to go into panic mode and say, wait, we're not going to do it. But at the very least, a lot of people thought that it was then. David Jarvis of Gunmetal Games says, y'all are doing great work. I had plans to do a 5e project, but no more. I'm hoping to get more info on Project Black Flag. For everyone, that's from Cobalt Press. They're putting out some kind of new project, but sadly can't find more info, says David Jarvis. Darth Scythe gave us $1 with sort of no other chat. Matt S gave us some. Cheese of Aegis says, any chance of open D&D flyers we can print? My local game store says they'd let me hang some.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna tell Mage Hand Press right now.
That's awesome.
That's a good idea. I'm gonna tell him right now.
Stephen, one of the viewers says that you could link Arcane Mark in the set of links too, Stephen.
Oops, I guess I forgot about that.
After you mentioned that.
I'll do that. I'll add your links to our show notes.
yeah, no problem. I didn't even notice myself. We're getting so many chats that I may have actually lost a super chat because it scrolled past it, but I'm on now Creative Burst. Someone posted a Brian Lewis letter in the Cobalt Press Discord. It seems he's trying to make an independent OGL, and the link for developers to sign up to give feedback is hosted by Paizo. So we mentioned this yesterday in the Ryan Dancy stream because we had received this letter as well, and many people have. And so I happened to know Brian Lewis is a real lawyer who is really the author of the OGL before like a lot of people heard it from us in our stream. I wanted to know from Ryan, who knows Brian Lewis, is this really from Brian Lewis? And Ryan said, I got it.
Yeah, it is. Which super chat are you up to? Because I want to see.
Creative Bursts $10 super chat. So some of the others.
Let me do those. I have them all. Darth said
all?
$5 said, do you think it's okay to continue to use D&D Beyond for free? I have a character onto them using for a current game. If you want for free, I think it's okay, but to be honest, I would stop using it altogether because that free counts just as much as paid. I would not use it. At the bare minimum, cancel. If you're really comfortable, just stop using it. Just don't use it. They're going to look at numbers. You are nothing but a number to them. If numbers start going down, they're going to start paying attention. Victor Gorshev said, I had a successful Kickstarter just a few months ago. I ended up releasing a version of the PDF without any art under 1.0a to grandfather myself. Good. That's exactly what we're suggesting people do.
Great.
$5 from Debt Hand said, thank you for the document. Thank you for the super chat. Creative Burst said, someone posted Brian Lewis later.
Yeah, that's the one I
okay, you're on. Up to him.
So
okay.
Just to tell you, Creative Burst, Ryan Dancy confirmed that was really from Brian Lewis. He got it from Brian as well. We don't know what the implications are of that link, so I didn't even report that link seemed to go to Paizo.com in the Brian Lewis letter, but a lot of people are mentioning that now. I don't think we'll know for sure what that means unless like Paizo says something or it's revealed that the link is there for a weird reason. So we're going to have to wait on that to find out more. But it really is from Brian Lewis. He's been sending it. He's been telling people to get that out there. And so we have now. Narninian said,
By the
"Why
way,
are
it
people
is 3 o'clock, so
Oh yeah, let's
any
check for
second
it.
now. I'm looking. If
Or
anyone
keep looking
sees
for it. I'll
something,
read the super chats while
Yeah.
you look. Narninian says, "Why are people canceling now? Wouldn't it be more of a statement to cancel after the official release of the new
No.
OGL?" So Narninian, no.
No.
If we cancel now, it gives a chance that they will make more concessions before the release of the no OGL. Whereas once they've done it, they're not going to want to walk back because it'll make them look like they it might hurt them in certain ways. It's easier for them to be like, no, we heard you, we listen to our fans, we're not the people who just think you're obstacles to the money that we deserve, like it said in that email. We really love you and we made some changes. Whereas if they put it out, then they've made their official statement. So I think it's important, like Steven said, to do it now for that reason. And that may just be me, but I think a lot of other people have been saying similar things as well. Let's see. After Narninian, the next super chat is from Michael Malkowski. How do we access OGL 1.0 template is on screen?
Oh, here, I'll give you the link again.
Yeah, give the link. So Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, said, "My biggest worry with abandoning D&D and going to Pathfinder is that I won't be able to play things like Dragonborn, which Pathfinder doesn't have." Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, do I have news for you that I couldn't be happier to share on this stream, because it also helps me, which is that I wrote a giant dragon book for Pathfinder, and we have it also for 5e, but the Pathfinder one's the first one I wrote. It's got all the dragons, and you can play the dragon. And there's also a versatile heritage, which is something in Pathfinder has that D&D doesn't, where you're similar to subrace in certain ways, but is not exactly the same. Some of them, the one way that they're not the same is you can take some of them on any one of the ancestries, which are like races. We have one that is essentially you're part dragon. So you can play a human with our dragon kin. Or no, not dragon, Draconic Scion. Draconic Scion versatile heritage, and that's very similar to Dragonborn. It's got dragon stuff. You could even just use the dragon rules straight out for Dragonborn if you think it's cool that the Dragonborn can like turn size gargantuan and do all sorts of wild, awesome dragon things, which I think is cool.
And by the way,
we've got you covered for Dragonborn.
I actually want to take one of these out of order. Mac Pierce just said, "I unfortunately pay for D&D Beyond annually, so even though I canceled it, they stole my money already." That's fine. Just cancel it, because they look at. I've been in these meetings. I know what they're looking at. They're going to be looking at all the numbers. They're going to be looking at subscriptions, recurring. That's what they're going to be looking at. Reoccurring. That is the key. They want reoccurring money. You cancel it now, they're going to see how many reoccurring subscriptions. And if they see that last month, I'm just making up numbers, they had 5 million subscriptions, and now they have, it's on Twitch, okay, and it's 1.5 million. Sorry, 4.5 million, then, well, they are not going to like it anymore. All right, everyone, let's find this video and watch it together.
Yeah, let's watch it.
Should
I keep doing this while you're looking for it?
Does someone have a link? Let's see, is it just Dungeons and Dragons?
I'll do a super chat while you find it. Leof DeGrat said, "Is there any way to tell what D&D Beyond subscription numbers are historically, and somewhere where we can see the current drop into the abyss? I'm not sure. We'll need to hear from chat." Chivalrous Walrus says, "Luckily, they have some options to play dragons too that come from Roll for Combat." Thank you, Chivalrous Walrus.
Twitch?
You got to that before we did.
But they have a scheduled stream for which channel? Is it for the D?
Actually, the D&D Beyond Twitch.
Okay.
That's where it is scheduled. It looks like. So,
I have no idea what the link is. Like I actually don't really use Twitch anymore. If someone gives me the link, Ryan give me the link. Not Ryan, Derek, you have the link.
So, let's see. There's a few other super chats while we are finding the link.
Oh, it's not for a while. It's not till like it's D&D. Oh, okay. I did I'm like
it's
old
not for
school.
a while. When is it?
In like 40 minutes. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's in 40 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. We can talk for 40.
Yeah.
Mark, you think you and I can talk for 40 minutes?
We can. Sir
I think
William
so.
says, "So the consensus is to cancel D&D Beyond sub as a protest." Yes, because we have multiple sources saying that the executives are watching those numbers. Smell the Sing or Smell Then Sing says 1.1 would be easy enough for WoTC to withhold, delay, rebind, etc. The challenge is unwinding the downstream Judas agreements, Kickstarter, Critical Role, etc. So it's certainly true that if they've made an independent agreement with other people, that can cause a lot of problems. Ian Sharp said there's a poll in the DDB forums and 67% said that they'll cancel their subs. Well, I'm sure of the people who took the poll, a lot of people said that, but unfortunately it's a self-selecting group, so probably not 67% of everyone will, but it's still good to know that of the active people, that's what people are saying.
Sorry, everyone. I turned off the song. I turned it off so you can hear Mark.
You turned off what song?
The D&D Beyond channel was playing music in the background. That's
okay.
all.
Draw with Scott says, "Hey guys, Scott Kurtz here. Love your show. Hello from Binwin Bronze Bottom. Let's hope WoTC makes good choices." I hope so, Scott. But what we're hearing is that we've heard from internal sources that they're going to slightly delay it, but that they're not going to back down.
Actually, let me answer, since now looks like we have time. If someone has a link to the exact video, just send that to me so I have it. It's for every week. It's not for today.
It's every week.
Well, we'll find out.
So
I mean, look, we got everything we have. We got everything we can. I have it up.
If that's just a normal weekly stream and is not the video, then that means the video could happen at any time, or their announcement could happen at any time. Morgan Blackthorn says, "I got into Pathfinder by the Owlcat games. How would you begin going about getting into the hobby? I also feel sorry for Larian Studios releasing Baldur's Gate 3 later this year after 3 years of work." So the Owlcat games are a great way to get into Pathfinder First Edition. As you can see from the Owlcat games, First Edition was like pretty complex. If you want to get into Pathfinder Second Edition, I highly recommend the beginner box, and not just because not from self-interest. Yes, my name is on the cover of the beginner box, but I just think the beginner box is a really good beginner product. All of the designers on that did amazingly. There's like a choose your own adventure that Jason Bowman wrote, and Liz Liddell, and who's now at WoTC, and Logan Bonner, and I did a lot of things in there that are going to really help you get started, learn how to play, and take it at a pace where it's a lot less intimidating. The booklets there are small. Pathfinder's core rulebook is huge because it has a lot of options, but the booklets for the actual rules that you get for the beginner box are small, they're easy to learn. So highly recommend that for Pathfinder Second Edition.
So, but I said, I'm like, hey guys, can you send me the link? And I got like 20 discords.
Yeah. Josh Caron says, "What alternatives are there for character sheets, specifically one the DM can easily go to look and review their character sheets?" That's a good question, especially since character sheets were on the fillable character sheets and like interactive character sheets were on the list of things that that OGL 1.1 was looking at. So anyone in the chat can talk about character sheets that they like to use. Steven, I don't know if you have a favorite character sheet. For me, I just kind of use like basic ones. So I probably
Path Builder.
Path Builder is, I guess they're not a character sheet, but they're a great character builder for Pathfinder Second.
Well, what do you mean a character, like a blank character sheet?
They meant like a character sheet, like that is somehow online and DMs or GMs can look at them.
Well, what I do is when I have all my players usually use Path Builder, and then I have them printed out for me as a PDF.
And that's a good idea.
And then they give me the PDF. That's how I do it.
It's fantastic if you play Pathfinder Second.
Yeah.
Sports AJ says, "Do I have to just modify the doc to get into 1.0A, or more steps involved?"
Let me give you the steps.
Get it from Steven.
Yeah, and I helped them make it. I actually edit these all the time. So, the title here, put your title here. Make sure it's something unique. Call it whatever you want, but don't use something everyone else is going to use. Try to use something, just for you. Then under here, publish by, you put your name. Then over here, the date, you probably don't need to change that. And then what you need to do is, this is the actual, text of whatever you're publishing. Everyone can publish the same one. It doesn't matter. Here's the OGL. And the only thing you should change, this is not necessary, but I suggest you do it, is way back down here. Do I zoom in? I never use this program, but is that you view zoom, and we'll go there. There we go. Under here, put in the same title. Put in, if you have a company, some of you might have an LLC, put in your company name. If not, put in your name. and then put in your author name, which is you. So this would read something like, if I'm doing something, I'm calling it Battle Zoo Ancestry year of Mind Flayers, whatever. Battle Zoo Ancestry Mind Flayers. So you would put in Battle Zoo Ancestry Mind Flayers here. Your name here would be, for us, it's Skyscraper Studios, or I could just put in Stephen Glicker if I wrote it, and then under author it would be Stephen Glicker. So you could just say, Mind Flayers here, Stephen Glicker here, Stephen Glicker here, and then Stephen Glicker here. You can be this here is the name of the publisher, and this name is the author, and you can have both. You could be both author and publisher. And so all you need to do,
a lot of people are in
most people
community.
are. Most people don't have a company. So you just change the title, just put in your name, just put in the title here again, put in your name or the company name, and then your name here. Save it, put it on the internet, make people know it exists. Just like do a tweet and say, yep, here it is. This is my Viva La Revolution OGL class, and there you go. You are now published, and if anything does happen, in theory, I don't think it's necessary, my personal opinion, but it can't hurt. I'll tell you that much. It definitely can't hurt.
So Chris Ferrer said in Super Chat, I just canceled my D&D Beyond, #DNDone. Thanks for everything, guys. Thank you, Chris. Vanilla Gorilla said, I both copied over my characters and campaigns, as well as canceling my sub, just in case. Much love to both of y'all and this dope community. All right, thanks, Vanilla Gorilla. That's going to, people doing this is the one thing that it seems like the executives are looking at. Max Pierce says, I unfortunately pay for D&D Beyond. Oh yeah, you mentioned about
I read that
people
one.
talking about it annually. Critical Poison says they're going live on D&D Beyond's Twitch, and multiple people said that's from a while back. That's when they thought it was live, and we realized it's just the weekly stream. So that's going back to that. The Bacon Wizard said, for those who need, final page of character creator on DDB has option to export as PDF. Do that. Correct. Then you can keep playing your current campaigns. Absolutely. Fresh Senpai says, with everyone coming together, part of me doesn't want to see a backtrack. I want a new age of creativity burning through the TTRPG communities.
Well, don't worry. I don't think it's going anywhere. So you're going to see that age. Trust me.
Yes, I think
they're going to be fighting this tooth and nail. So this is
the important thing is going to be able to bring the next generation of
Yes.
players into that age, rather than have the next generation of players go into that walled garden by default. That's going to be, that's I think going to be the main question at that point. So let's see, how much of the SRD is still in Pathfinder 2, as Ollie writes. So that's a good question. So I know that a ton of people have been passing around a quote from Mike Sayer, who was one of the people who worked with me on the design team. And after I left as the design manager at Paizo, he's now the design manager, where he said he felt like maybe it was close to having removed the SRD. And like, that was just before any of this happened, and probably before he went and did more research on this. I'm guessing, I don't know, maybe now that this has become a big thing and people have looked at it more closely, that most people have been realizing there's still a decent amount of stuff in there that has names and other things that are pretty close to the D&D. Now, does that mean that it's okay or not? Nobody knows, because when it comes to a lawsuit for like how many similarities you have, that's a crapshoot that you may or may not want to take, and you may or may not want to be as safe as possible. I would suspect that removing the SRD would, take some effort, but it is something that could be done. Because
I think
here's why. The direct text of rules, all new. We wrote all new text for Pathfinder 2. Not a single word of the old rules text was lifted from anywhere, but the names of spells and the names of classes and the names of monsters and things like that, the names of terms like armor class or saving throw, who would call it a saving throw when everything else is a check? There are things like that you're going to have to look out for, and that's just something that nobody knows, right? It's a big question mark what would happen in legal area. The only thing for sure is, if you tried to claim you could do it without the OGL and just say, hey, Pathfinder 2 doesn't have the OGL now, haha, for sure WoTC is going to bring that to court, and you're going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a stream we should do in the future. A lot of people are saying how to remove their OGL or remove SRD content, and there's probably you are probably one of the best people to ask and go
Yes.
through that, since
I would know exactly what you have to remove if you wanted to.
Way
try
more
to
than
make
I
it.
don't even know. You would know.
But even though I know that, guess
Yes.
what? Still nobody knows. You could remove all the things that I've seen that are not public domain, and D&D could still sue you.
Oh yeah, yeah. They can. Anyone
could
can
still
sue.
win, even if all of your stuff was like Cyclops are from Greek mythology and Paladins are from
as my lawyers like to say, anyone can sue anyone for anything.
And
by the way,
we don't know if they're going to win or not. The best you could do is remove anything that they would that you would think they would have a good case for, and then hope. Right?
By the way, do like and subscribe. I see we have more.
We have
more
like
live viewers than we have
subscriptions.
subscribers, I think. So.
No, we're up to 9,000 subscriptions now. We gained like 3,000 during this stream.
I think 1,000.
Or at least according to what I just looked at. Anyway, it says, can you post OGL 1.0a Google Doc link in the description of the video as well? Dennis Stillman is wondering.
Oh, yes. I will do that right now.
All right. So Antonio Gabriel Montes has given us some ARS. Not sure which currency that is, but awesome. Joshua says, do YouTube poll already canceled, planning to cancel, keeping sub, not sub to D&D Beyond? Oh, is that maybe saying do a YouTube poll to see which people are which? I think that's what he means by do YouTube poll. That could be interesting. I don't know if I don't know how to do a YouTube poll, but Steven might. Michael Stan says,
but we got.
I don't know. Yeah, Michael Stan says, I know it's not a whole lot, but unfollowing D&D Beyond on all social media will send a message. It was of course. Unfollow now, says Michael Stan. Well, from what we've seen, the subscriptions to D&D Beyond are the only thing they're
I'm not going to say don't do that. It couldn't hurt. But
do it if you want, but don't think that's a
money talks. That's all they care about.
That we know they're looking at.
That's all they care about. They just care about money.
Chris Moore says, where can we find the text for OGL 1.0?
I just put it in the description.
Yeah,
I put it in the show notes.
Asking it, but now it's in the description. John Raist says, welcome to Earl for Combat Superfan. I'm assuming that's like the of D20 D20 SRD or D20 PFSRD fame. Let's see.
They canceled the Twitch stream?
They canceled it? Okay.
It's been canceled. Are you kidding me?
Jorge Quiroz says the best online character sheet is Wanderer's Guide.
Well, just because they canceled it doesn't mean they might not do something.
Doesn't mean they're not announcing it somewhere else other than the normal Twitch stream.
We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here for a little while. We'll wait.
That's interesting how after our stream reported that they had a Twitch stream that was coming a little bit after that, they canceled it. It could be a coincidence, but it could be that someone was watching it and just told them, hey guys, we apparently have a Twitch stream that's going on. We're planning on doing that, right? We're doing the announcement somewhere else. Because Twitch is usually where you do a live stream, right? Most of the time. And we know they recorded
I don't know why they
video.
would do a live stream, because that is.
But we know they recorded this video, risky. So we don't expect it to be a live stream. GCW 1978 says, so should D&D stuff be boycotted on other VTTs right now? Technically, they're making money there too, supported material, etc. So from what we've heard, the execs can get their fingers on those D&D Beyond subscriptions immediately. They can just go to their desk on their computer and immediately see that. It might be harder for them to get the VTT reports. They may get that on a certain schedule from the VTTs. So to get instant in the moment reaction that the execs can see, the D&D Beyond subscription canceling will be something that does that. Obviously, anything else you want to do, they'll probably eventually see that too. But the reason we're specifically suggesting the subs is many people within WoTC have said that, or at least some have said that that is what they're looking at. Anthony Herbert says,
I can start a poll, by the way.
Oh yeah, cool. About whether people are currently not are subbed or like have canceled their sub. That'll be good to know.
Yeah, actually,
what do you think people like Dimension 20 Critical Role will do about all this? I've seen liked tweets, but nothing said from them specifically. I think they're watching and waiting, and that they want to be sure, because I think that Critical Role and Dimension 20 probably really care about their community, but that they also are in a delicate position, right? Like Paizo hasn't said anything specific publicly yet either. They're probably waiting for the announcement. We saw a post from Aaron Shanks, Paizo's community head of marketing, and Aaron was just like, he posted the reaction symbol from Pathfinder, which is, and the definition of reaction that says when a trigger occurs that you can perform a reaction. So clearly they're waiting for something. To me, it feels like that's the announcement, the official announcement from WoTC. John Reyes then also gave us a super chat. Thank you for that. An additional super chat after becoming a super fan. Let me see if we have any other pending super chats after that. We've gotten a lot of chats here. Thanks so much, everyone, for coming, and thanks for the great
yeah, I mean, seriously,
like, all the great chats that you've been sending.
Yeah, and we're doing this because Mark was saying, you know, what happens if they don't do anything today? What happens if they cancel it? I'm like, you know what? People want to talk. People want to get their voice heard. People want to know they're not alone in this fight. It's scary. A lot of people are scared about this, and it helps just to see that we're all in this together and everyone is supporting each other.
And we knew that was at least when they planned to do it, even if they change it. That doesn't mean our source gave us information that was wrong at the time that they gave it to us. So Shadow Rodney says, when it go live, also made my Beyond Chars 2 initials only, standard imagery caused there from my own projects. I'm also trying to design my own TTRPG, says Shadow Rodney. But then the poll went on top of that. So I'm going to, with the aims of simplifying, removing leveling for something else. That's cool. Good luck on that. Steven, your poll doesn't have I don't have a D&D Beyond subscription option,
I did it quick. So. If you don't have a subscription, don't vote.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Away? I probably should have done that.
You can click on the 3 dots to make it go away if you don't have a subscription. You're not going to vote.
Oh my God, there's 1,000 votes already. That was quick. Boy, that escalated quickly.
That did. Holy moly.
Yeah, and those of you, look, if you want to, look, I get it. I'm asking everyone to cancel the subscription. If you are like, look, I got all my notes on there, I'm using it, I get it. I'm not going to judge. But if you want to send a message, I would say, do what you can. There's a lot of other tools out there. There's a lot. We could probably do, that'd be a good topic for Arcane Mark, is to go through some other tools. Like there's a lot of campaign tools out there that also, some are free and some cost money, that are just as good, if not better. Just put your campaign there. You know who does actually very good campaign tools is Anton. He does.
Yeah, Anton, Icarus Games has some tools to help with the campaign. He's really
he's
a
great.
Really good guy. We've had him on the stream before. He's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with Steven. We do not judge you at all if you don't cancel. We're only saying to cancel not because we think that we're trying to strong arm you into canceling if you don't want to. That's okay. But if you're feeling, I want to do something, what we'll send a message, what will cause WoTC to hear, then we're saying that what that is canceling. If you don't want to, that's okay. The Forgetful GM said in a super chat, it stinks the passionate people that work at WoTC and D&D Beyond are dealing with the outrage caused by greed, Papa Hasbro, the quest for all the money. So it's seeming from these leaks, to be clear, the passionate people who are creators.
City.
This is very important. I was in the union for Paizo, right? There's a distinction in every company between different parts of the company. So the creators at WoTC, D&D Beyond people, they love the game, right? And I've heard that some of them have received death threats, and I think that is not okay. That I have retweeted Steve Kenson when he said, please be kind to the creators. Send supportive message to those creators, because we found out they didn't even hear anything from their own management until yesterday for a half an hour. After this had been going on for days, they were probably like, I've had situations with this at Paizo where something comes out and I was just like unable to sleep, just awake at night as the creator, being like, is this people gonna think this is me? This wasn't me. This was just something else. So they are probably scared and upset, and they're wonderful people. However, don't think that it's only necessarily Papa Hasbro. We found out from that email that it is definitely WoTC, includes WoTC execs. Those are not the WoTC people working on D&D, but it definitely includes WoTC execs who are doing that.
So we have 2,700 votes, and 69% said you canceled. 18% not yet, and 13% said no. That's actually as good as I expected. And like, look, it's like, I would just recommend, if you want your voice to be heard, I'm gonna end the poll, by the way, just cancel. I know it sounds like it sounds like that's it. Yeah, that's it. I know it's like we're gonna yell and scream and do all we want. You know what? It's very easy to ignore us. It really is. I hate to say it. I've worked with corporate America for 35 years. They are only going to listen to money, and that's it. I hate to say it. And, well, good news is, buying books, unfortunately, if you already bought the books, there's nothing you can do. And yes, they have future books coming out. I don't think it's going to help that much. But D&D Online,
the books are on such a delay from when they get it and when their money comes in.
D&D Beyond,
Online, they can put their finger on the pulse. They can find out that
D&D Beyond, they are going to know. They're going to know. Trust me. They're going to see that because they know those numbers are immediate. Those are numbers that they get on a minute by minute basis if they want. It's not like, oh, let's look at the quarterly numbers. It's like, they come back and they say, guys, we just lost 5-10% of our subs in 1 week. They're going to maybe start paying attention.
So Kyle, just to give you some major kudos, Steven. Kyle said, hey, Steven, you took time out of your vacation to help when I messed my order up twice this Christmas. Appreciate you, and I recommend Battle Zoo Dragons. That is how dedicated this guy, Steven, is to the fans. Like, he had planned it for a long time. He was in Spain. He was doing his trip, and he just went on. Was it just like on your phone or something like that? On my phone. On his phone, he just went on and he fixed a customer's order. He also found out there were people ordering in Spain. He could have hand delivered it to them if he had known.
Well, someone in Spain, they didn't get their order, and that unfortunately that does happen when you go overseas. And so we sent them replacement books, no charge. And I was like, oh well, I wish you told me you didn't get your books. It was in Barcelona. I'm like, I literally was just there, man. I could have brought you your books. I could have hand delivered them to you. He's like, oh well.
So Brent Doser says you guys are 400 away from surpassing your subscribers with viewers. Now I have another screen up. It says we're 7.8 subscribers. We are at 9.56 subscribers. Thank you to
please like and subscribe
to the thousands of people who subscribe. Thank you. But Brett is right. We'd love to have you subscribe. We will be having Bob, the guy who found out about quotations, Bob Tarantino, who had his PhD thesis on the OGL tomorrow. So if you're subscribed, it'll alert you to that. Right
and I bet you, who would have ever thought that we're going to probably get thousands of people to discuss a PhD dissertation? And people are going to be riveted.
If I had known that thousands of people would want to discuss PhD dissertation, maybe I should have finished my PhD at
weren't
MIT.
You were doing a PhD dissertation on World of Warcraft too, weren't you?
No, that was one of my undergraduate projects.
Oh, that was your undergraduate.
But I did have an undergraduate project where I leveled up from 1 to 60 in World of Warcraft and wrote about the interactive narratives. It was just for a class. But my PhD thesis was actually about like AI, language, and thought. Not exactly related to this, but I dropped to join Paizo and from academia. So as a fellow former academic, I can talk to Bob tomorrow. It'll be good. It's 25 North. Roll for Combat Superfan came on. 25 North also does an actual play of our Jewel of the Indigo Owls adventure path. So welcome 25 North. Goofy Geek with a 3 in the geek said, I know we've all been calling them out, but is this a WoTC issue or a Hasbro issue? So it seems like at the very least, some of the execs at WoTC, not just only the execs at Hasbro, execs at WoTC have been involved according to some of the emails that we've seen from insiders that have been vetted by multiple other people. Now, that is not the WoTC creative team, not the D&D team. I know a lot of people are on those teams. They are wonderful and they love the game too. And a lot of them started in the open game world, but is at the very least the WoTC executive team is involved. And so it's not just something Hasbro is saying and no one at WoTC is doing. So Do Not Want says, seen the open D20 system at core D20.ca? ? They're wondering if we've seen the open D20 system at core D20 Canada, I guess. I have not seen it, but I'm glad that there is one there. Have you seen it, Stephen?
I saw it, but I didn't look at it in detail. I hate to say it.
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
Well, 1 week ago, I would look at my phone and I'd look at a tweet and I'd be like, "Oh, 2 or 3 people liked it." I now look at my phone, I'm like, "Oh, 10,000 people liked it." So I've gotten a little busy.
You're memeing up your tweets.
Oh.
Whereas I'm just posting kind of news when I see it, and not as many people are liking it. So if you want to get fewer likes, Steven, stop doing the memes.
Well, you know what? When I was helping getting the D&D website out, I was talking to Eric because he was going to do a Saturday, And he's like, "Oh, I'm going to publish it." I'm like, "Wait, just wait. I'm going to do something on Sunday."
Or you mean Mage Hand?
Yes, Mage Hand Press. Oh, not Eric. Yeah, Eric. No, or Brian.
Oh,
Brian. And I was like, "Just wait, let me do something." And he's like, "Okay." And then I did with my live stream with, I forgot how many thousands.
yeah,
and then,
you told tons of people to get on.
And then 12,000 people signed up the next day.
Yeah,
and
there's even more now.
Michael,
there's tens of thousands. Yeah, I was pretty sure it wasn't Eric.
Yeah, too many names.
There's a lot of people that we're meeting and we're networking with, and I'm really happy to meet everyone. I'm just pumped. I love community creators and other third-party works, and I'm happy to work together with people. Houndsong Games said, "Thank you for sharing the inside info on this all week. It helped us out a lot." Well, I mean, first, people like Steven and me, it helped us out. Like, we're the kind of people that I can tell from talking to Steven at timestamps that are like 4 a.m. his time, that'll just stay up and have all kind of a lot of nervous energy about what's happening if we don't do something. We're the kind who need to go out and do something, whereas some people, when things get scary, that, you know, the natural response is inaction. That's also a natural response too. For us, it's action. We're going to do something. For me, it helps me feel like less out of control if I'm able to contribute and to help somebody else, and not just myself with what I'm doing. That's just sort of the way I roll on crisis situations, which I'm upset to know that I've learned a lot about crisis situations in the last few years, but I certainly have, and that's what we do. So let's see, there's been quite a few more super chats since I loaded that set. Bronze Ox said, "I just canceled my sub. I have annual payment and my benefits are still there. Mention OGL and the reasons why you're unsubscribing," is a suggestion from Bronze Ox. Gordon Z, "What happens to the homebrew on D&D Beyond? Does it belong to WoTC or does it belong to the original creator?" So that's a good question. You'd have to look into the license on D&D Beyond. I'm afraid I do not know the specifics. Hellbone Johnny says, "Money is what drives this decision. Losing money, that money is the only words they can hear." So, and for now, the only way that they can see that they lost money is the D&D Beyond subscription, because they can see that right away. Itsy Bitsy Spider Production says, "Do you feel WoTC's reputation will be damaged regardless of how this plays out? And thanks for the coverage." I think it will be damaged, like people have seen this, but the question is whether that damage is actually enough to matter, considering like what a behemoth they are, essentially. And even if it's damaged within this generation of players, like us, people who play D&D, 5e, and other games around now, will it matter if a new generation comes in on the movie and just kind of isn't aware of this, and it's just like, oh, you know, out there are those, you know, the grognards are still playing open games and all that. We're all playing 1D&D or, you know, 6e. That'll be the question for the future, I think. Kilu said, "I don't play 5e, but mainly D&D 1e and 2e OSE. How do you see this affecting those products and these OSE rule systems on Foundry VTT?" Well, Steven, I think you might know more about this, but I feel like the main problem is that Foundry is like not necessarily one of the people who like, if WoTC's
Foundry did not sign a contract.
Yeah. And so
I'll explain it to you. Here, I'm actually going to bring up something here. I'll switch monitors.
Steven. Do it. I'll find the next super chats while you're doing that.
So by the way, so here we go. Here's like so here is an overview. I'll give everyone the link. So this is why I don't get any work done, because I have so many windows open and all I'm doing is watching this constantly. Oh my god. I went to my my chat and it just went by like light speed.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. That's why I'm trying my best to get to the super chats.
Yeah, that's why you have to do it, because I can't do it all.
Yes.
This is what they're trying to do. Okay, so they being WoTC is trying in the OGL 1.1 forbid these items here. They're trying to forbid the ability to have a fully searchable and filterable repository of any 5e content. If you show or hide content based on a set of filters, it's not static. You also cannot have any character management or encounter building. You're not allowed to do that through any digital or interactive tools. That is why I keep saying that, like, well, you can't shut down Foundry. You can't shut down all these things. If they get away with this and it's supported, they will not just shut down Foundry and any other VTT. They will shut down Path Builder. They will shut down Hero Lab. They will shut down anyone who creates digital tools. Anyone. Think about that. If you can't do this, if you can't search, manage your characters, or build encounters, how are you supposed to do anything online? That is why I keep saying, look, it's all well and good. I 100% support Cobalt Press and everyone who's making their own systems. I support 1,000%, but it doesn't matter if they are going to take, and if I was in their shoes, and if I put on my evil Steve hat, my double goatee, I would do that. I would control. You don't control the publishers. You control the tools. If you control the tools,
people. If you control the tools,
you control the tools. You control everything. Okay, and that is what they're going after. They're not idiots. They're going to try to control the tools. If they have all the tools, then you can put out as many systems as you want. Because now, if you want to play Traveler, you have to go through D&D Beyond. And you have to pay them to use your game. And
like, imagine if Kickstarter tweeted saying they got a better rate on 1.1 for their creators. But imagine that WoTC gave them that rate, saying, and you need to, you've signed an agreement with us to deplatform 1.0A stuff that we said was
correct. They can threaten everyone.
They can do that even if a judge says that 1.0A wasn't deauthorized. If Kickstarter agreed not to do that, right? 25 North said Steven did say that if I was in alignment, I would be lawful evil. We did say that publicly. He was lawful evil aspiring to chaotic neutral. That's what you always say, Steven, which is very weird.
Well, you know what? I hate to break it to you. Lawful evil is working out pretty damn well right about now. I'm saying it.
I don't think you're evil enough, Steven, because you care. You care about the community. You care about customers, like you like we were talking about with the thing where you helped out while you were on vacation. So Onvec said Hasbro WoTC had all the same potential to make money creating content, just like third-party stuff they're targeting, but they didn't. Complacency doesn't justify the 1.1. Neither should the law. D&D Made Easy said D&D fans since Baldur's Gate 1 spent thousands of hours making a custom print at home character journal for players, feeling betrayed. Those of us who've put their life's work into these like OGL 1.0A projects definitely have a lot of feels about this, and I'm with you on that. Captain Relic the Brass Dragon says, I wish Pathfinder West Marches were more open to things like Battle Zoo Dragons so we can have similar options to what vanilla D&D had. So Captain Relic, I'm hoping maybe more people will be into dragons in the future. There is, like, the Pathfinder community has had more than the 5e community a feeling of, oh yeah, there's the dragon book. There it is. Ginny D helped us design.
Oh yeah, Ginny D wrote one of the dragons.
One of the dragons. Yeah,
she designed. I always forget that. Like, I should always mention that.
She helped us design one of the dragons.
Yes.
Came up with the idea for it. I wrote the rules for it. But basically, the issue here is that even though I'm one of the creators of the game, some people want to make a cutoff point and just say official Paizo only. But I feel like this moment is one where people are realizing how important the third-party community is, and maybe that means more third-party products will get in. And if you're going to add a third-party product, I hope you'll add lots of them from many different publishers. But if some people are worried about, is it going to be balanced? Trust me, I am putting the same rigor in balancing this material
our
that
stuff
I did at Paizo.
Well, our stuff is super. Our stuff is
balanced and balanced. I'll make sure it's things that you want to
play,
but it's not going to break your game.
We have testers.
We have a significant play test. Whereas, Paizo only is able to do huge play tests for classes just from time commitment. We do play testing on like a lot. The only thing we haven't done an advanced play test on is some of these ancestries, because we're going to let people play test them openly. Anyone who bought it is going to get to come on a stream with us and just help us figure out how to adjust the design. So it's going to be great. So Dan Quinn says, via Tenkar's Tavern channel, Brian Lewis, original OGL lawyer author, has created a publisher's link to join in making an open RPG license. That's correct, Dan. We reported that on yesterday's stream and got it confirmed by Ryan Dancy, who personally knows Brian Lewis, that this is the correct Brian Lewis Brian sent it to Ryan as well. This is real. This is real stuff. So Warwolf is wondering if they can contact me if they want help with rules creation for a game. So like if you have small questions for me, then I would be and you want to come on the Arcade Mark Discord or somewhere like that, I'm always answering it. Roll for Combat Discord too, always answering little questions. If you want like a major consult on your role-playing game where there's a lot that goes into it, it can get dicey with my development work winds up being based on certain rates online, and we can talk. But if it's just some short questions, I'm always happy to answer people on that. Priestess Lucy says, last resort, Google Drive can be a primitive VTT for you. I guess, but it's going to be tough if that's all you've got, because let me tell you, compared to the bare minimum, Foundry just really does a lot. I mean, I don't use VTTs when I run, but when I play on Foundry. Fringe Monkey says, how do you think the current state of MTG and D&D relate? I feel like the same executives are top at Wizards, so maybe they made similar calls. It's less that they're probably directly connected than that there's a third thing, the executives or their plans that connect to both, if you see what I mean. There's a sort of a third factor that relates to both of them. UnB10 said, fun fact, if you bought any WoTC products from Amazon between October 11th and December 25th, you can return them for a full refund until January 31st. That's true, but Amazon's numbers are like maybe going to take a while to get to WoTC. Certainly, we don't want to tell you ever don't do a thing that you want to do to show WoTC. Your money is where your mouth is.
It'll take less than 30 days. It takes less than 30 days.
Yeah. So we definitely don't want to say not to do something. Do whatever you want to do, but do cancel their D&D Beyond description if you're going to do something, because they do check that, and we have that confirmed. Shadow Rodney says, thanks for the good luck. If there's anything good about all this, I found you guys, and it united TTRPGers across the board. Nerds for the win. Thank you, Shadow Rodney. I think that that's true, and uniting people and bringing people together is something that like we are really passionate about. At Roll for Combat, we're passionate about the industry and about third parties. We've I posted a big at the time Reddit in the Pathfinder 2e community thread that was like, why are we not talking about third parties more? And I tried to analyze and guess why, and there was like a good conversation with people who love them and people who didn't use them as much. And I felt that made some progress, but it's always something that's been going around. I'm glad that people are talking about it now. Bunny Infinity said, after Queen disbanded, Brian May went back to finish his PhD. Now he's primarily a physicist and only secondary a musician. It's not too late. That's probably about me quitting the PhD, which shows you how far back I've gotten on super chats, because we have so many. Thank you to everyone for all these super chats. Tyler Hildebrand says, how do you feel about TTRPGs being PhD theses? I think it's awesome. I think that honestly, the more I worked on tabletop RPGs, the more I saw that even though you might think language and thought and how stories influence our thought is not related to gaming, that actually my gaming was tied to the research I've been doing in tabletop RPGs. I think that tabletop RPGs are connected to research more than people want them to, or more than people admit, because it just sounds like, oh, it's a pop topic. It's not a serious topic, but it's a serious topic. People use games like Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, tabletop RPGs to help people who've had brain trauma to recover. They use it to help. In certain cases, I've heard that children with autism use it to help learn certain social dynamics. And there are people who use it in schools to help with math and to help with reading. Like I'll cop to this. Like I came in like when I was in high school, first in my county at a math competition. Some of those questions I got right because I barely won by one question were probability questions I only knew because of playing Dungeons and Dragons. So like, if that was part of the decision that led to me going, like being accepted at MIT and some of those other things, I learned a lot from this. So this is something that should be studied a lot. That's my opinion. Sorry for going on the soapbox. You did ask me. I am a former academic. Climbing That Mountain says Hasbro must be destroyed. So that we do know that like some of the WoTC executives are in on this too. But just remember the Wizards of the Coast creators, the D&D Beyond folks who work on D&D Beyond. They love the community. They are not the ones responsible. Please don't send nasty messages to them. They are they may be more upset than the average person out here, because they probably are. Like, some of them may have signed up to WoTC recently, been like, yes, I get to work on this game I love with a community that's vibrant and growing. And then they find out, guess what? Your company is doing now.
By the way, I just want to say something I did put up real quick is that someone, I think this is correct, I'm not on D&D Beyond, but just the future of the microtransactions of here, if you wanted to use Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, you can buy all the feats for $6, or you can buy individual for $2. So again, this is going to be, I mean, people are joking, it's like it's only 10 cents
They're
to
literally
attack,
selling an individual feat.
yeah, but it's like, oh, it's only 10 cents to attack, but on sale this month, 5 cents per attack. And you know what?
If that's going to encourage them to print like a few feats that are overpowered and then charge more for that.
Yeah, that's what that does.
It'll be like, you can get the what were some of the ones that are really strong in 5e? There's that archery one. I'm blanking
Anything
on the
archery
right
is
now.
pretty strong.
But there's one archery feat that's just super must have for archers, and it'd be like, yes, that one costs 5 times as much.
Well, or they'll just do that. That's standard, by the way.
Ranger Lord says, never paid for D&D Beyond anyway, because I'm a Pathfinder guy. Only 5e thing I'm really interested in is Iron Kingdom's Requiem. I hope that game's going to be okay. I hope so too. Shadow Skippy said, I have to start thinking about moving my players to a different rule set. I'm thinking Pathfinder now, no idea where to start. Shadow Skippy, I highly, highly recommend the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Beginner Box.
Yeah,
and
it
not
is.
just because my name is on it. It is a good book.
It's
a box.
excellent.
It's amazing. The work.
It is everything you need, and it even has a solo adventure. So
it does. It has a little playmat. You can put your action tokens on.
Everything.
That was one of the main things that I suggested in it, because they had me do market research on how to get like new players, and especially if people who don't know about games, to learn games. So I looked into it, and I was like, what I've come up with is, if you have a card that has little tokens for the actions and reactions, so you can plan your turn and pull them off when you use them. Having a visual representation of your action economy is important.
So someone came up, they said, games. Oh, by the way, D&D did tweet. They're like, hello all. The posted D&D Beyond streaming schedule reflects an older programming plan that has been followed for several months, and no streams for this week are currently planned. We apologize for any confusion this may have caused. Well, no streams. I didn't think it was going to be streamed. There's no way they're going to do this live. Zero chance.
We found out they've already filmed a non-live version, and it's too much of a risk for a blooper if you do it, if you don't do it on script. So I think it's definitely going to be pre-filmed.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, we went live. Everyone said it was going to be now. I have a feeling they got cold feet.
I have a feeling that when the D&D Beyond subscription started tanking and that all went
crashed their server,
they changed their plan, because our leaks were from before that, right? Our leaks were from before any of that happened.
Yes.
And so they were probably correct at the time, and then got changed because all of you made a difference and got out there.
It matters. Like, seriously, I can't.
Matter. They already said that you matter, and that the amount of people who's canceled.
If they saw
mattered.
Thousands of people, and they said, "Guys, so many people are canceling the subscription and just crashed the server," you better believe that there's probably emergency meetings going on right now.
And you better believe that whoever at D&D Beyond, like, they said they're watching it, but like they probably sent to the executives, if the executives weren't watching, being, hey, our server just got crashed by people unsubscribing to D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
Like, just so you know.
And that's
so they may be like doing damage control on that, and that's why they're delaying it. That's definitely possible. I mean, I said that at the beginning of this stream, that I thought that was a possibility. That's the trouble with leaks about what will happen in the future, is that the future is always changing, but we know that our leaks are reliable about what has happened in the past. So Anthony Rondinelli says, WoTC is gonna heard the hard lesson that the D&D TTRPGs communities do not need them. So, I mean, we'll see what eventually happens. They are very powerful. They have a big brand, but we are making our voices heard. And I think that that's really important to show them, and that canceling D&D Beyond is going to be the main way that they're going to see it in the short term.
And by the way, I mean,
So
if they don't do it, we'll stay on for a while. I mean, if they don't do it, they don't do it. Who knows? You know, if I was WoTC, I would have I'll release the video at 4 p.m. on a Friday before a holiday weekend. That's what I would do.
trying to hope it blows over, you mean?
Just so, yeah, no one's around. It's like by the time people go back to work on Monday or Tuesday, that story is dead.
Yeah, probably Tuesday from now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, like, they're like, no one's going to write about it. It's gone through 5 news cycles by then. And that's what I thought. By some of my contacts thought that too. But everyone said it was going to be today at 3. I have a lot of people who said it was today at 3. So I have a feeling
there are
they
a lot
just
of independent people, which means that I'm convinced, especially since in the Twitter thread, Linda Codega from Gizmodo, who really vets stuff, was also on that. I'm convinced that was a real plan, that they were going to do it today, and then they may at 3 Eastern, and they may have changed their mind due to, if they aren't doing it, it may have been literally due to the D&D Beyond stuff that happened this morning. So Darth Scythe is wondering, what is the worst case for Paizo as of now? So I think it's just the same as the worst case for everyone. The worst case for everyone, I guess, is that WoTC goes through with it, and then somehow the very low, the one that Alan, who came on, said was very unlikely, where a judge just like in the 1% chance is like, no, I love WoTC and they're 100% correct on everything, and you can never use 1.0a again. In fact, all of your stuff has belonged to WoTC. You have to scrap every product that you've already printed, even more than what WoTC is saying. And if that happens, obviously that's bad for everybody. I really don't think that's likely, but you did ask, what's the worst case for everybody? That seems very unlikely. More likely, it's going to be a lengthy legal battle, or as Ryan Dancy said, maybe it'll be settled faster than we think.
I spoke to several lawyers after we spoke to Ryan, and I said, do you think he'll get a bench judgment? And they said, yep. They said, this is great. Yeah, they're like, this is so easy and so
really seems like
quick.
It could get a bench judgment, but if they use deplatforming, they might be able to deplatform even despite anything.
Yeah, but remember also what Ryan said, and my lawyers confirmed this. If they get 100 cases and 99% say yes, you can revoke 1.0a, and if even one says no, you can't, that's all that matters. That one will cancel out the other 99. And they are playing, as Ryan said, they're playing with atomic fire. They really don't understand what they're doing, I believe. And they don't fully understand what was in the OGL, the history of it, how it's been used, how, it's protected the community for 23 years. And we have a full history of people using it because of those protections. And as Ryan said yesterday in the interview, which you should all check out, if there weren't protections in it, why would anyone use it? It's that simple. And because it's bulletproof and because it has all those protections, everyone uses it and everyone's safe to use it. That's it. And it's really that simple. So.
All right. So, Luke Cronzy says, I'm developing my own TTRPG with one other. I am trying to avoid OGL and have been doing massive overhauls because of this. Where can I go online to make sure I am avoiding any OGL specific content? Do you have any thoughts on that, Steven? I guess you would just go to the SRD and look to see what's on there.
Yeah, like, what's the question? If they're trying to not get any SRD,
how to avoid content that could be a problem.
Just don't put anything. Don't write anything that exists. Like, don't say magic missile. Don't just make up. Okay, if you're trying to do something small like the one pager, just write something yourself, or you don't have to write anything. You can just use what's already in there. If you're publishing your own stuff, that is a lot more complex, and we could talk about that in a future stream. But anything pretty much in the SRD you can't use. And the problem with that is that suddenly, instead of you saying, okay, do a DC 19 check, you have to say, do a medium difficulty level check, or difficulty check.
Right. Or you could even say,
that's hard.
You could say roll a 20-sided die if the result is above a 19.
Yeah, there's ways around it, but
and roll the
it's
20-sided die
tricky.
and add your might. If the
Yeah,
result is above a 19,
right. Like you would have to rewrite all your text so it either does the same as what's saying do a skill check is, or you would have to just say use instead of a number, but just a quote medium level check, which then you'll have to cross reference what a medium level check is. Which is again, this is why you have an SRD and why everyone uses the same rule set and everyone has it templated so that you don't have to rewrite and put a dozen pages of information on what skill checks are and what what strength is and what attacks are and what multi-attack is. Like you just say multi-attack and everyone knows what it is. You say trample, everyone knows what it is because they just look it up in the SRD where they look it up in one of the previous books. But now you're going to have to say trample and it does all of this, or multi-attack and it does all this, or can't even call it multi-attack. You might have to say multiple attacks and then put it in. That's the problem. If you're trying to make your stuff non-OGL and SRD compliant, it gets very clunky, and that's the problem.
Nah, that makes sense. Cuttlefish Press sent a super chat with just the super chat. Thank you so much. Timothy Ross said, "Is this something a union could help address?" So probably not. As someone who knows a decent amount about not just traditional unions in the past, but like the new unionization movement in games, what a union can actually literally is allowed to by law fight for its workers does not include these kind of business decisions which executives are allowed to make. The union could try to get a voice at the table where like the executives would have to listen to, they could try to negotiate for, they would have to at least talk to their people and not leave them in silence until yesterday for 30 minutes, right? But end of the day, the kind of protections a union is allowed to give are like make sure that the workers get certain rights in the way that the work is done, that they can do their work, but does not get to decide the business decisions of how it is used. That is something the executives can. Obviously, a union gives more leverage to the workers overall, but it would not be able to have solved this issue even if there was a union of WoTC workers who was against it. So Grizzly says, if I have D&D Beyond free tier, should I uninstall? I only use it to find stuff in the books I've already bought. It seems like the money is where the executives are looking at. So what do you think, Stephen? I feel like the main thing that matters is the paid accounts if they unsubscribe.
Paid accounts and number of reoccurring accounts. As I said, when I worked with Blizzard, the number one thing is they liked people who had recurring subscriptions. And they also look at length of subscriptions. That's something else. People who subscribe for, I guarantee, if you were subscribed for a year and then you canceled, they might think you're what's called churn. You're just like someone who came and went. When they start seeing people who are subscribed for 3, 4, 5 years cancel their subscriptions, that is going to put the fear of God into them, because there's this formula for how much it takes to get a new subscription. And let's just say, I'm just making these numbers up, maybe a subscription gets them $100. It might cost them 10, 20, maybe even 200. It can cost more than it gets. It's like, it might cost them $200 to get a new subscription for every subscription they get, which means is that they need to wait. If it costs $100, they need to wait 2 years before they can break even. So those people who are long-time subscribers, they want to keep those as long as possible. But if you are, if you're canceling and you've been a subscriber for multiple years, that is going to put the fear of God into them, because now if they lose people that were subscribers for just a few months, that's just called churn. If your subscriber has been a subscriber for years, they are going to panic, because that is a lot of work to get those back. And they are losing their whales, their core audience, their core users. There's a lot of terms for those people. A lot of people call them whales. Those are the people who spend the money, who are always buying everything. And that's even worse. If they look at you and say, okay, this person was buying $500 worth of D&D Beyond content a year, and they've been a subscriber for 5 years, and they just canceled, they just lost like $600 worth of profit. Okay, that is devastating to them. And they see that, they're going to start paying attention.
So GCW 1978 says, re-VTTs, it sounds like you're suggesting WoTC could go after indie non-signatories for common tools. Would that hold up past the judge's bench call? So that is a good question. Certainly, obviously, OGL 1.1 tries to claim that all of those kind of tools aren't covered and never were meant to be covered, but it sure seems like they were meant to be covered in that old FAQ that WoTC quietly took down last year, and Ryan Dancy was saying it in our stream there. So it just depends on the judge. Like we won't know until it happens. What Steven has just kept hearing from lawyers is that it's likely that the bench call is going to be a good thing for people using the 1.0A, but you never know, and it could be a narrow call that's like only for certain things, and it could wind up taking longer to get the wider ruling. Gretchen Hutterly says, if you still want to buy D&D books, buy used, buy a local or small business. Support that business. WoTC doesn't get any more money. I mean, that's one way to do it. Next question here is Tall Aaron says, I have autism and RPGs helped me socially. This inspired my interest in video games and later card game design. Might have to step to the ring now. Got some ideas from 30 plus years playing RPGs. Thank you. So yeah, that is great. That is good to hear. And I think we need diverse creators and creators with all different experiences. And please get into game design. Anyone who gets into game design, hearing about this whole thing, that's at least one good piece of news that people are getting excited and people getting inspired to do something. Boot Two Head says, have been running 5e for 8 years. This has been the last straw. I'm now working with my players to create a TTRPG that plays closer to how we play 5e. That's awesome. I know people use third parties for this, but making your own is the best. I've always said that, even in Pathfinder 2nd edition, right? Like in the Game Master Guide, we put out tools for Pathfinder 2nd edition to mod and tweak the game just directly in the game, because we know that people want to mod their game, because no one knows how your table likes it and will enjoy the game better than you do. A lot of people online are like, I'm hesitant to change things because the designers are so smart and they worked so hard and they've made this, it must be perfect. And we made it, and we try to make it so it's good for the most tables that are out there, as good as possible. But chances are, if you've thought of something and your whole group, not just the GM or not just one player who wants it, agree that it would be a good change, that will be a good change for your table and it'll be better than what we wrote. That's how it works in game design. That's why tabletop RPGs are so amazing, even compared to video games where you have to work a little bit to mod it. They're easy to mod. You should mod. Next after that is Cuttlefish Press, looking for a system for a path ahead. Suggestions. So personally, right now, Pathfinder 2nd edition, I'm biased. I'm one of the main authors of Pathfinder 2nd edition, but I love it to pieces since I worked on it. Obviously, every system has things that you would want to change and refine. Game designers always want to refine our own work. Pathfinder 2e is very good. That's what I recommend. Start with the beginner box if you want to get into it. If you feel like, no, I really understand hefty rule stuff, then you can always go right into the core rulebook, but it's more of a reference doc than a like learn to play. But I'm going to recommend PF2. Obviously, it's published under 1.0A, so it's not like 100% safe right now. But there are also tons of great indie RPGs out there. If you just, depending on what genre you like, you can find an indie RPG where the creator of that game made something that just will blow your mind and does that genre exactly right. They usually don't do other genres that much, but it'll just be like, oh, do you want to do a heist? Well, you should probably do it in Blades in the Dark or one of the other indie RPGs that do heists, because they have rules designed to make it so you can run a heist, even if you're a GM who's like, heists are hard. They have flashback scenes. They're hard to do. So I'm super excited about other RPGs. I could talk for ages. I'm not going to keep talking about it, though, but we could do another stream about it maybe sometime. Chase Capilano says, Paizo and Cobalt Press made statements about this scenario. Why isn't Critical Role? So Paizo, as far as I know, has only just said, we're talking to our lawyers, and then they put out a tweet that with a reaction symbol that show that reactions have triggers, and then said it hasn't triggered yet. So they're probably going to say something after WoTC does. Chase then says that they won't support season 2 of LOVM unless Critical Role supports the cause. My guess is that just like Paizo, that Critical Role is reviewing their options, and I'm sure they want to do what's right by the Critical Role community as well. People are saying Sharpshooter was the name of that feat. I blanked on. Thank you so much. It is definitely Sharpshooter. Gordon Z gave us a super chat. Evan said, thoughts on crit roll, taking a stance. Well, I said that before with the other one, with the last super chat on that. Mad Bunny Art says, missed the first hour. Perks of living on Australia, I guess. Gonna have to watch the VOD. Keep up the great work. Slimes are amazing. Thank you so much. We did release Battlezoo Ancestry Slimes earlier this week. And people have been, everyone I've seen that's been talking about it has had very positive buzz. Now, obviously, that's people who backed us on Kickstarter or pre-ordered Year of Monsters. But even so, I'm really excited to see what kind of slimes people are going to make. And Nubatan says, for me, I'm looking into the Sword World TTRPG out of Japan. Time to try something new and different. Cool. Maybe I should look at that too. Goldacott did nothing wrong. Well, a username that's factually false. As a Deep Space Nine fan.
What did he say? Goldacott?
Goldacott did nothing wrong.
You know that's my dude. You kidding? Deep Space Nine is like my favorite Star Trek show. Nine is the best. Beyond the best.
Goldacott is terrible. He's basically the.
He's my role model.
Wait, Goldacott? I thought Garrick was your role
model. You are 1,000% right.
You were so Garrick because you're always the resistance and you have just like Garrick. Garrick has connections to all the
now,
weird
when I
big
said
people.
that a year ago, did you believe me? Now do you believe me?
No, but you're right. You are Garrick. You're Garrick.
I am Garrick.
Goldacott is terrible. Anyway,
that's true. I have a million connections.
On your username, I'm very sorry for ragging on it.
The ragging, I love it. That's a great username.
But now that we've ragged on your username, I would like to thank WoTC for getting my group to switch to Savage Worlds like I've been bugging them to do for 2 years, is what they said. And that is more accurate than their statement about Goldacott. Imogen Geyer sent us a super chat. It's just a super chat. Thank you so much for that. So then Miles said, I've been prepping a Spelljammer campaign, but I'm now considering switching to Starfinder. What's a good way to start? Well, the Starfinder beginner box. It is also a great beginner box. It does not have like a set with action tokens, so they don't have actions, but it does have cool cards with all easy rules on it. It's a great product. I highly recommend it for starting Starfinder. Starfinder is an amazing game. So I am also someone who loves Spelljammer as a kid. Back before my collection actually burned down with my house, I had all the Spelljammer books. And I recommend Starfinder to you. It's a great game. Tom Harrington said, Goodman Games released a statement, ? Kind of vague. Okay.
By the way, we also have not, I think we have not released an official statement.
We probably should release an official statement, Stephen, that we stand with. I think people know because of our millions of videos about this, but we should release an official statement so that people can.
We'll probably should put, but right as of now, my unofficial statement till I write something out is we're just going to continue with OGL 1.0A. I feel that it is strong enough to stand on its own. It was designed to weather a storm like this, and I 100% respect everyone doing their own systems. I respect people trying to remove OGL and 5e content from their products. But for now, I'm probably going to have to live or die on this hill. And, we have... The thing is, because we don't just do 5e products, if it was just doing 5e products, it'd probably be a little easier for us to remove OGL and, SRD content. We do Pathfinder. We do Pathfinder. Pathfinder is all under SRD and all under OGL. We can't just stop doing Pathfinder products, and we won't. So this is our hill. We're going to have to fight. We're not going anywhere. So if another alternative system becomes large in a standard like Cobalt's Black Flag or something else, we might start developing for that one, or maybe help with them.
Maybe we'll do multiple things, right?
It's possible.
We've always we want to convert so that you can play our dragons and slimes and all of our ideas,
everything,
multiple systems, because we have a lot of the Texas lore that really gets you into the world and the characters, and so the rules are the part that we want to get the best people to help us convert, and we'll keep doing that. Like we have people from EM World's Level Up project that are helping us convert to 5e, because we knew that while we knew 5e somewhat too, that like they really knew it because they took it apart to put it back together and level up. And so we worked together with all of our knowledge to make something great. So CJ said that, Stephen, after you explained about how it matters for long running accounts to cancel, they called in and canceled their account of 3 years and 8 months.
D&D
Beyond.
Yep. Oh, By the way, Linda
What?
just published a new article. Let's read it
Oh,
together.
so Linda's article Linda's article that they mentioned is
no, this one's new.
That's another thing that Linda is they them, and a lot of people have been getting that wrong.
Be very
online.
careful.
So do try your best to get that right, because
Linda's they them, not she.
That's right. So let's see Linda's new article. But I will keep you check a look at that. I will keep.
I have it up.
Checking the super chat.
If you want to read,
Stinkerton 18 says, I was a top tier D&D Beyond subscriber for 5 years, 9 months. I have nearly every book purchased and canceled. Wow. Stinkerton, that's going to be something they notice. Tiger Eyes says, I was listening in the car like radio. Can you repost the link again for signing up for OGL 1.0, 1.0A, where you listed published, author, etc. Thanks. So that is actually now on the stream, so you should be able to get it from there. Thanks for listening in your car. Funny story about that before I go to the next super chat. I got a email a couple days ago from a friend from my high school gaming group who I haven't seen in a while, who was like, Mark, I was listening in my car, like the radio to YouTube, and it just auto played me. Suddenly there was this stream where I heard this people talking about the OGL, and then someone said, Paladins, you can't copyright Paladins. Charlemagne had Paladins. And then he said to himself, Mark Seifter, who I played with back in high school, that's the kind of thing he would have said. And he's like, wait, that is Mark Seifter. Oh my gosh. And then he sent me an email. So it's really funny, but people are getting this who have not necessarily been listening to industry streams just served up by YouTube. Astra R says, canceled my 2017 legendary account to Beyond. I won't resub until this OGL is fixed and we can change usernames. Just Karan says, I would love a system like Skyrim where you don't have a set class, he would have said a large amount of things you can put skills in. So yeah, there are a lot of systems out there that will get you on that one. Just check them out. There's a lot of skills-based systems in addition to class-based systems. Hellbound Johnny says, I'm currently converting everything to True 20. Simple and generic system. Very easy to convert as well. Yeah, True 20 is an interesting one. I've played that one a few times too, definitely. Sebastian said that PF2E is the best system I've ever played. It does everything I want it to, and it's been so easy to teach new players too. Thank you so much. Thank you for playing, Sebastian. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the game that I helped to make with an amazing team of other game designers, editors, art directors, developers, and more at Paizo who were working on that. Let's see what we've got here. Waters Lith also thinks that Golden Cut did nothing wrong and is factually incorrect. Just is factually incorrect. Let's see. Did I actually make it through? No way. I've just scrolled up too far through these super chats.
By the way, so
Lee
Linda's
said, is World Anvil independent? Steven,
yes.
You've been looking into World
Anvil.
Yeah, I know
World Anvil. Yep, they're independent. They're a world building tool, so everyone uses. They're just a world building tool. Anto uses them a lot, actually.
Oh, okay. I made it through the super chats. Alex Weiss, this is the last one. Yeah, I was a master subscriber for 5 years and 7 months. I just canceled over this.
Well, you did till now. Well, anyhow, here is the Gizmodo article. Basically, Wizards of the Coast cancels OGL announcement after online ire, and it goes on to explain how they were supposed to do something today, and it was canceled because so many people, including D&D personality Ginny D, tweeted that people should cancel their D&D Beyond subscription in order to send a clear message to Wizards of the Coast regarding what the fan base thinks of the development around the updated OGL. This message was widely shared, and a stream of subscribers turning off their payments to D&D Beyond appeared to temporarily shut down the landing page for subscription cancellations because of server errors. The result of these cancellations and their impact on the bottom line of Wizards of the Coast is not negligible, according to iOS 9's sources at the company, and has caused the upper management to scramble to adjust their messaging around the situation, according to the delays in the OGL release.
Yeah,
which
they said that Linda said it is leading to the delays in the OGL release. So Linda has reported that is leading to the delays.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast is canceled.
I would trust Linda's sources on that as well.
Yeah. Wizards of the Coast also canceled a pre-scheduled D&D live stream on Twitch, which was set to be for 5 p.m. the 5 p.m. Thursday. I'm going to tell her that is wrong.
Tell them. I mean, well,
Sorry,
no, it
tell
was a
them.
live stream, but it was reported. The company stated on Discord this was done to update a previously.
No, but it was supposed to be at 3 p.m. That's all. They said 5 p.m. Although the company,
or was it 3:40 or something?
Well, it was
like
supposed to be 3 to 3:45. It was actually,
okay.
It was supposed to be 3, and it was supposed to be the 3 to 3:45.
It's a breaking news story, and they will
it is breaking. They're going to change it. Although the company stated on Discord that this was done to update a previously agreed upon schedule rather than to respond to the purposed announcement, it remains unclear when Wizards of the Coast will leave the hotly anticipated new OGL and what its final contents will include. In the meantime, Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons & Dragons appear to be all the critical point with their fan base, facing petition drives, open letters, and announcements from third-party publishers like MCDM and Kobold Press rejecting new OGL in favor of creating their own systems. MCDM also announced yesterday that the Arcadia magazine will no longer be supporting 5th edition content starting, I believe, in July. And they are basically anything they have that's using 5th edition, they will continue going down that path, but it doesn't sound like they're going to be doing any more 5e content going forward. I don't know about Kobold Press. Obviously, they're going to be doing their own. Again, like people like me and you, Mark, and like we're a small publisher. People like MCDM and Cobalt, in the long run, I hate to say that WoTC probably couldn't care less, but it's the difference between like a mosquito sting and a bee sting. Like we are mosquito bites to them. MCDM and Kobold are bee stings. They're not going to kill them, but they're going to pay attention to those. However, I will say you canceling your D&D Beyond subscription, that's like a wasp, okay? You want to be a wasp? You want to take it to them and you want them to feel it? Do that. Every time you cancel your subscription, shame you could probably only do it once, it's going to be like a big wasp thing to them. And especially that person who's canceled their subscription from 2017, when they see they're losing people that had recurring revenue for 5 or 6 years, they are going to panic. That is going to devastate them because they will never get someone like you back. And that is so hard to get people like that back. You are their favorite customer.
Steven, I have something to ask you about.
Yes.
You were reading Linda's article that they had there.
Yes.
In that article, I noticed that said, according to IO9 sources, and someone else sent me a chat on this, Warwolf from our chat also, that the new OGL now known as OGL 2.0. That's interesting, right? Does that must mean that they called it 1.1, but they've decided to change it to 2.0?
Doesn't matter. They can call it anything they want.
It's interesting that they're changing the messaging on the number. I wonder why they would do that. Maybe oh, it wasn't the 1.1. This is a different thing. I don't know.
Well, yes. What they would probably do is like, oh, this is what they're going to say. They're going to say that this was always going to be a draft. This was going to be this is not something that was final. That's why it's 1.1. We're working on the final 2.0. This is what it's going to be. Like we look forward to showing it to you in the near future. We heard your concerns. Don't worry. You can trust us. We're all in this together. We all built this together. All that fun stuff. So, and then, but then everyone's going to say, so are you leaving 1.0A alone? And they'll probably say, as we said, we love you all and we're all in this together. Let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya. Like, yeah, but you didn't answer my question. It's like, we're all in this together. That they're never going to answer the question. So,
right. So we got a bunch of super chats. We had caught up, but we've got some new ones. So Alf Tarot says, your OGL document reminded me to add the monsters I wrote for RPG Superstar to my portfolio. I posted that document there at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who submitted to RPG Superstar is now an author who wrote something for and who won the contest. We're going to publish you in an OGL 1.0A product. For those of you who are watching who don't know, RPG Superstar is basically like a reality contest where Paizo used to run it, and people would submit RPG ideas, and then each round professional industry judges would vet it down, and it would get smaller and smaller, and a winner would be revealed. Who, when Paizo ran it, the winner would write an adventure. No one else would technically get published, but you would get cred. When Steven runs it, though, it's way bigger, because in Steven's version of RPG Superstar, which we license officially from Paizo, we are a licensed partner with Paizo to license the RPG Superstar contest. Everyone who wins is published together in a monster book, because the monsters are what are being submitted in bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and grand prize winners. Battle Suit Bestiary, which was the first Roll for Combat like big book that came out. I know you did like a small thing with like a Starfinder deck of many things or something first.
No, I forgot about with Thirsty Hillman.
Yeah, with Thurston Hillman, absolutely. But this is the first big book, and it's Battle Suit Bestiary. It's got all sorts of monsters, and just to show you how long Steven has been dedicated to backing up like new people into the industry. If you look at any page of this, he credits the name of the author. You can see it up at the top underneath the name of the monster. Just your name is on the monster rather than just in a list in the credits at the beginning. So that is something that we do, and that's what Elf Pro
I have a feeling if we do
that every year.
I think if we do RPG Superstar,
by every year I mean every other year.
Well, we didn't do it last year because things. But if we do it again, I have a feeling we're gonna get a few more people entering.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Captain Relic the Brass Dragon wonders about the Starfinder Dragonkin race. Do they have to be bonded to someone or a rider, which limits their autonomy? That is part of the lore of Dragonkin somewhat, although it's not like a hard set rule that they have that in Starfinder. But Captain Relic, the dragon race or ancestry in Pathfinder, and the Draconic Scion heritage are in our Battle Zoo Ancestries dragons, and you do not have any autonomy limits. You just be a dragon-ish character. You can do Dragonborn with that so easily. It's just like, just say that you're bipedal, basically. None of the stuff there is going to go against you. And the Draconic Scions are bipedal. They have a variety of appearances that could look just like a Dragonborn. So Solution with a 7 in the solution said, D&D Beyond sub for 5 years, 2 months, and 6 days, cancel. Terrace Johnson says, subscriber for 5 years, 3 months, 12 days, just cancel. Risen Ren said, just canceled by 2017 subscription with the notice. That's over 6 years. John Harrison says, never forget. Oh, and then it scrolled down. I don't know what to never forget anymore. But we're going to, let me see if I can get that back, or if it scrolled down past it forever. No, never forgive, never forget that once you're done, is what John Harrison said. Catherine Atkinson said, will this affect companies like BioWare? KOTOR was published with references to the OGL. Could WoTC step on other properties? So we're going to do a short video about this soon. You may have seen our short video about like the splitting off WoTC from Hasbro that's even published today. That's part of our Ryan Dancy interview. If you check our Ryan Dancy interview, Ryan Dancy said that he knows there is a separate license with Lucasfilm that guarantees that KOTOR at least is not a part of this. They have their own license, and it's more ironclad even than anything else. So they're going to be okay. We will post a short video about that, so that if you just want to watch about KOTOR, but that just to tell you here, that's the situation. 5-4 says, our respect for Linda's pronouns when we brought up the articles caught a bunch of transphobes to speak up in chat. Can we get them kicked? So we do have like one very volunteer and very hardworking person in chat who's going through, but the chat is blazing. So I think they will try. Because
might need more.
That is not okay.
We might need more mods, but yes, Derek.
Yeah, we might need more mods.
Derek from Knights of Last Call is helping us out.
Last Call, I salute you for doing your best on that. But he's gonna try, but because we do not respect bigotry at Roll for Combat. We are an inclusive company. C317IC says, tweet at Paramount Picks, you won't watch the movie if they release the OGL 1.1. Hollywood has a lot of power and could force their hand.
So this is gonna get weird. I told you I know everyone. It's kind of insane. My neighbor is a senior executive, and I mean real senior. He was responsible for rolling out Paramount Plus worldwide. This is my neighbor. I will probably talk to him in the near future and see what he thinks of this all. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Mm-hmm. So David, just David, said it should be noted the sources are saying that they're going to adjust their messaging, not actually rethink their decisions. Oh, 100. I mean, that's what it seems like from our sources. They want to put spin on it because the sources are saying that they think that the fans are like just overreacting to the announcement. So they feel like they're not saying that the announcement is bad. They're saying it's being overreacted to. And from that perspective, if they really think this is just an overreaction, is not an appropriate reaction, then spinning it and getting out their point of view on it could stop an overreaction. The problem that they're having is that this is not an overreaction. This is the reaction that the community should be having to this. So Alex Rollins says, I think if they were going to walk it back, they would have already announced it. The fact they're taking their time suggests they may change some provisions. They're intend to go through with it now.
They're not walking it back.
Are saying that that the only thing
they're not walking it back. They're not going to walk it back.
They might be changing like a few small details, like how long some of the things are gonna last, but that they are not. They're planning, as far as we know. And you know what? You may have caused a change in that because of the number of people who just unsubscribed from D&D Beyond. Maybe they will. Maybe. I hope so. I think it would be better if they did.
They're not going to.
But it doesn't seem like they're going to. Right?
If they put it this way, this is all they have to say. This is why I don't want to be alarmist. This is what I am saying. All they have to say is we are sorry you heard all of this. We're sorry that of all these leaks and
sure, they're sorry we heard.
They'll be right. Yeah, I'm just making this up. But
That's
we're sorry.
Apology. You're right. They might say that.
They might say that, but they are going to say we have no intention of revoking OGL 1.0A. That's it. That's all they have to say. Literally, that's it. And we talked about this on Ryan's interview yesterday.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, I know I've been reading.
They probably won't say that like you're saying. I hope they do.
They can say when they come out the thing that we are going to, no one pays anything. They can say, oh, by the way, I have incoming news. I'll tell you in a second, Mark.
I want to hear this.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of texts. We have, I lost my train of thought. Oh, that no one has to pay anything.
Yeah.
We could say that you keep all your content. They can
keep your rights.
They can
say that they'll advertise you on
yeah,
DB
they'll say they're going to advertise you. Say we're coming up.
They say that they're going to cancel 1.0A and that they have 30 days to change it. They could always change it to anything that they want.
Unless it doesn't matter. They can say anything they want. They have to basically. There's. I don't even care about the 30 days to change it.
You mean if they released a 1.1 that said
just don't sign on to
1.1 that said 1.0A is done, here are some great terms for you, and they were the best terms you've ever seen other than the 1.0A was done. Yes. You don't care about that?
No, because there's no incentive to move over to 1.1.
Well, what if it had incentive? I'm saying this is not what they're going to do. I want to be clear to everyone, but what if they put something that was full of incentive?
If it might work
entirely. It's only incentive.
It might
There's
work.
no stick. It's all carrots.
They might get people to move over. They might,
but I think people would be wary that they were going to try to find a way to change that one, because even if 1.0A was solid, that they would find a way to secretly
I'll put it this way: the core developers and the core people in the industry, they are not going to sign it. They are scared to death. They know what's going on. They've seen the wolf in sheep's clothing, and they are definitely not going to sign it. But again, they are trying to. The best thing I heard yesterday was someone told me they're trying to turn D&D into something it's not. They're trying to turn it into a microtransaction video game type brand, like a baby MMO or a cell phone game. That is what they're trying to turn it into. I was thinking about this. So, did you ever play Neverwinter Nights 2, Mark?
I only played Neverwinter Nights 1.
So, Neverwinter Nights 2 was incredible because you could play Neverwinter Nights 2. People wrote modules for it, and some were fantastic. And you can play it with people, with a GM, or you can play it with the computer, and then the computer would be the GM. That is what I've been hearing a lot, is that the biggest obstacle to play any game is the GM by far.
Sure.
And they are going to make it, and we talked about this past, is that they want to make it so you go on, you can play multiplayer games and adventures with other people, and there will be a digital GM. But like Neverwinter Nights, if you want someone to take it over, you can. You could have someone who will do the GMing if you want, but you don't need a GM. Heck, you don't even need to have anyone play. You can just get grouped up with random people like you do in World of Warcraft or going on a raid. So you do not need to, play with anyone. You just go, I'm like, I want to play a game of D&D, and I'm going to make my character. And if you want to make a level 1 character, you can. You want to make a level 10 character, you can. You can make anything you want. And then they're just using the D&D brand to turn it into a very fancy video game. And oh yeah, you can also play the classic Dungeons and Dragons, those old books, those strange things. You can play that too, but that's not what you want to do. You want to play this online MMO, this online VTT interactive experience. Like, that is what they're going for. And that is not what D&D is. I mean, D&D is a role-playing game that was built around people sitting around talking, and, that's the problem. That's what I think is the crux of the issue, is that, and that is why I keep saying, it's like, we can yell and scream all they want, but until we start canceling subscriptions, they're not going to care, because that's all they care about.
Speaking of the cancellation making you a wasp, and I want to let you get to the new news that you have also, Stephen, but a couple people, Q Necron, said, unleash your inner fiendish giant wasp, after you made that analogy, Stephen. And then Abe Green said, death by 1,000 wasp stings. And then Gareth Jones gave us a super chat that was not about wasps. And we got a couple more. Monkey God said, cancel Hasbro Pulse 2. Golden Cat did nothing wrong, came back on again and said Wizards totally shut down their own servers to prevent more people from unsubscribing. That's my conspiracy theory. Also, Ducat was Space Satan, not Space Nazi. He's kind of both. Like, he had an occupation of a minority group that definitely, in Bajor, that definitely was meant to have some parallelisms there, and especially the way that they dehumanized Bajorans, and then he had certain hypocrisies in him. I feel like it's meant to be an analogy to real life genocide, and he became Space Satan later on. So why can't you have both with Golden Cut? Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, said, had to step away. Was the question about Dragonkin answered? Yes. So the Dragonkin in Starfinder are separate from the Dragon and Draconic Scion that Stephen and I put out for Pathfinder 2nd Edition and 5e. Sean Clayton says, times like shows why unionizing is a good thing. If WoTC was unionized, employees could do a lot to effectively protest actions such as striking. So, Sean, one thing I learned by being a part of the Paizo Union before I left to join Roll for Combat is that actually it's likely they wouldn't have been able to, because most of the time striking is used. It's a sort of a tool to get the union contract for certain rights for the workers. And so when you sign that contract, you often sign we won't strike until the next contract is ready. And in exchange, the management won't do several other nasty things like kick us out and not let us work and not pay wages. And that's sort of a deal. It's one of the deals that's made in union bargaining. So even if they had a union, they probably could not have done anything about it other than had a collective voice to provide pressure and maybe forced more communication between upper management and the union. That they could have done, but they would not probably have had any leverage. I say that as someone who been in a union, who's very pro having a union for tabletop RPGs. I think it's very important to help the workers, but this particular case, it's probably not something the union could have done something with. David F. Porteous says 1.0A feels like an excellent case for injunctive relief. Rather than wait for WoTC to get their ducks in a row, why not crowdfund and sue them to confirm existing community rights? Pedro de Sa says, I'm never touching D&D again, GURPS forever. Fuchilla 2.0 says, new OGL attorneys lawsuits explaining RPGs endlessly to folks who don't care, stomping opportunities. What a way to wreck a charming social movement. Jason Smulan said, plus changing the name to OGL 2.0 will break Google's search results for 1.1 and hashtags if they change the name. I guess that's true. It can split it up into 2 different Google searches and 2 different hashtags. Let's see. Imogen Geyer says, won't hurting the OGL and thus freelancers' opinions hurt WoTC's ability to find new talent in the long run? Also, hi, this is Cobalt Cat Girl. Hi, Imogen. Shadow Rodney says, I'm designing my system from scratch on Legend Keeper alongside the world building I've worked on and off for 10 years. They won't be able to end this, that right? Beach wizards can't be that overpowered. I don't think so, but you never know.
No, I mean, no. I mean, look.
I mean, they shouldn't be able to.
I mean, if you're saying you're using OGL 1.0A, look, we're either all we're all in this together. It's simple as that. And I would not be scared if you're using OGL 1.0A. We've said it 100 times on these streams. Our lawyer said it. Ryan said it. Other people have spoken to said it. You can't just force people to use a new agreement. You just can't say, oh yeah, that irrevocable, perpetual agreement that's been in place for 23 years. We don't like what it said. And even though hundreds of thousands of people have been using it and so forth, we have decided to change it to this, and you lose all your rights and you can't sue and you give everything to us. You can't just do that, okay? You literally can't. It's not allowed. And even, let's say worst case scenarios, they say, okay, 1.0A is revoked, which they won't. Won't be able to then force you to 1.1. They just won't. What they can do is say, well, no one could ever use 1.0A again, if that's true. But they can't force you to sign something just because you signed something else. There's tons of precedents.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So Steven, everyone loves your bookshelf and they desperately want to know about it. There's been multiple people asking.
Oh yeah.
Yes. They said you have to say, the fans want to know.
It's on Amazon. By the way, here, want to see my favorite thing on my bookshelf? Here we go. You ready? Does anyone know what this is? I'm sure everyone knows what this is. You know what this is.
Yes. It's from Elric.
It's Elric's. It's Stormbringer, right? Stormbringer, the sentient sword. I love this thing. And it's Robert. Hear that?
Do you want to give us your breaking news? There's
it's not breaking yet. I'm waiting for.
You're waiting. Okay.
I'm waiting for confirmation. It's coming out. Something is coming out soon. That's all. That's all I can say right now. But something big is coming out, and I'm waiting. Black Razor. Hold on a second. Let me get you the bookshelf while you keep going.
Oh yeah,
this bookshelf, by the way, fantastic, because it can hold a gigantic number of books, and it takes a very little room, and it's cheap. It's a pain in the ass to put together, though. I will say that.
Okay, so Kim Nowell says, even if they did walk back the change, we now know they believe 1.0A is revocable. That's true. That's part of why it's going to be hard to get the genie back in the bottle. General Sai says, tell your neighbor that Lower Decks rocks. Well, Lower Decks is awesome. I really like Lower Decks. And the Deep Space Nine episode of Lower Decks was also good. Like, my dad is a huge Trek fan, and he hadn't seen this Deep Space Nine one. And we watched, as a kid,
oh my God, that was the greatest.
And so I was like, you had to see it. And he watched it. He thanked me. He was just like, that was so good.
Because a lot of these people have aged out of their characters, so you do it on cartoon. I mean, it's a bit of a spoiler, but and Lower Decks, they go to Deep Space Nine, and then they get all the same voice actors, at least the ones that are still alive, and it was great. So, by the way, here it is. It's called the Tree Bookshelf, 9-shelf space-saving tree bookshelf. I gave the link. It's by Bathwa. At Amazon, it's like $83. There's a big one and a smaller one. This one's 9. I think there's I have the 9 one. Or you can get a pack of 2, and $161. So, yeah, I bought one and I loved it, and then I bought another. And the cool thing is, you see how they go into each other. That's what I like. I might get another one. I might just keep going. I will say this thing is so heavy now with all these books. Someone came over my house and she's not a gamer, and she looked in, she goes, "Oh my God, those books are so big. I've never seen books that big."
Did you tell her that you published books?
I
some of
did,
those
and then
books?
she's like, "What?" That's what I always get the reaction. 'Cause I don't. It's so weird. I'm like a vigilante. I have like my like daytime persona and my nighttime persona. My daytime persona is working on Fortune 500 and pharmaceutical websites, and my nighttime persona is Battle Zoo
Are you a
publisher.
simple tailor? You're just a
I'm
simple
not. I
tailor.
am. I'm just a simple tailor. I'm just Garrick. I'm just a
Yep.
simple tailor.
So let's see. Techno Savvy 6758 says WoTC probably sees
Oh,
the
here,
community,
I'll
us,
bring it
as
up.
overreacting
There it
because
is.
the OGL only really hits third-party publishers. They probably look at all of the community members who aren't third-party publishers and think, why are you all upset? You don't even sell content. Just so it shows how out of touch they are. Forlorn Knight says, uninstall Magic Arena because I don't have DDB. Is
Oh,
that
that's
helpful?
another good one. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yes. Don't use don't you really okay, if you really want to get them, don't use Arena. Seriously. And we talked about this yesterday on the stream. There's a little internal war between the Magic people and the D&D people. That's always been like that. The D&D people kind of feel a little bit like second-class citizens. The Magic people they're the ones who started. That's where WoTC came from. Magic is everywhere. They bring in the money, and they continue to bring in the money. I never thought of that. I'm going to get the word out. You cancel D&D Beyond, that's going to hurt. You start canceling Magic Arena and don't buy things, they are going to, boy, I'd say the other one was a wasp thing. You start canceling Magic Arena and you start stopping to purchase items on that. I'm not talking about, don't buy cards from your local stores, go to tournaments. I still draft. I still love Magic. I don't play anything online because at least if you're getting printed materials, they don't make as much money. They don't make nearly as much money on any printed products. Anything online, they're printing money. They're basically printing money. Do support your local flags. Do go to tournaments. Play all you want. I actually will even, that's where I might even draw the lines. Like, you can buy the physical decks. Don't buy probably the special layers. Don't buy the $1,000 decks, but do not play online. If they see those numbers go down, they will freak out. And I just realized something. So where I live, so all my neighbors, and like literally 95% of my neighbors are, they're bankers or in the financial industry. It's like we say, it's like 95% finance, 4% lawyers, and then the other 1% doctors, and then there's me. I'm like the only person in technology. I'm gonna start talking to all my friends because these guys are those finance people you hear about. You hear about these finance people, and you hear about people who are running hedge funds and are looking into these things. I know those people, and I'm going to start telling them what's going on and to see. I mean, never know what might happen. That's all I'm going to say. My dogs are going crazy. Let me mute myself.
All right. While you do that, I'll get a few more of these. Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, says D&D is RP and story. It's not just game mechanics, Hasbro. So here's the thing, Captain Relic. Ryan Dancy told us Hasbro doesn't think D&D is just game mechanics and not the story. They don't even think it is game mechanics. They think it is a brand. That's what Ryan said. He said that they don't think that the mechanics or the game design actually really matters. That it's the brand, it's the name, it's the logo, and it's the brand identity. So it's even further away from what they thought to what you expected there in that super chat. Let's see what we've got next in here. Oh, looks like the dog stopped, Steven. Or did you mute yourself?
I muted myself. You can still hear them.
Yeah,
They're
okay,
barking.
that makes sense. I'll get this. Gareth Jones says, deactivating my D&D Beyond account and withdrawing data citing the OGL changes while taking my groups with me to a new system. Messed up last message. Scorn's Legacy says, if the union contract had a specific clause around the health and financial operation of the company, there's no way the union could do anything more than write a strongly worded letter. Then let's see what else we've got here. Squirrel Killer said, vocally stop supporting all Hasbro properties. It will apply even more pressure, but we also need to unify onto one new open system as third party and not divide. I think that in terms of pressure, that it does, whether we unify on one system or not doesn't matter in terms of pressure. They're going to look at cancellations. But it would matter in terms of what Ryan was talking about yesterday, which is the externalities and the connections. Because if everyone splits up, then it's having people all together helps build things. For an RPG, it adds value, like Ryan said, because if other people are playing it, you can find people to play it with you more easily, and it becomes important. So Darth Scythe said, tell your neighbor I'm an AMC subscriber and go to the movies all the time. I don't plan to see the D&D movie. Goofy Geek with a 3 says, imagine Ford claiming mechanics need to give 25%, said they could sue the rest and claim that if they get a bank loan to open a shop, they get your money too. Eric S. Riley said, Green Ronin's Twilight Accord LGBTQ fantasy RPG project just suspended their Patreon for the project pending developments in OGL 1.0a. Tom Harrington said, every 5e module I've run, 4 total, has been made better by third-party content. Yeah, I think that's true. There's just so much great third-party content out there. Captain Relic, Brass Dragon, said, last thing, I'm spending a lot for messages. Hasbro doesn't understand D&D as a game where people make backstories in RP and isn't just mechanics. Similar to the one that they sent before. Alessandro Perazzu sent one just with a super chat. Fringe Monkey said the MTG community just boycotted a major release, the 30th anniversary box.
Yeah, that actually, yeah. You know, as someone who loves Magic, and I have the Power 9, and I have my, I'm even going to show you guys. Look at this. Oh, I have it close to me. Look at that. My 4-digit DCI. Look at that. It's laminated. Magic the Gathering card back when they were still, what was it? Garfield Games. Look at that. That's how old that. Handwritten. That's how old I am, Mark. They used to handwrite these nowadays.
Wow.
There's the love. You know what it's next to? You want to see something funny?
What?
It's next to my Blockbuster card.
Oh, your Blockbuster card. Those were the days, Steven.
That shows how old I am.
Those were the days.
That's crazy. Anyhow, they tried to do that, and supposedly they quote sold out and just stopped selling way before they were supposed to, because I think sales were so bad that they just had to save face. So you know what? They're going to start noticing this. But look, and also
people might think it was the one for the MTG reasons, though. If you try to do it in MTG and they don't realize that it's for the D&D reasons, Steven?
No, I think that because they were trying to make money and people were furious, and few people who bought it. You know, I'm not exactly sure where they did it. Like, I was never going to buy it, and I had no interest in it, and it's kind of nuts. But, wait, I lost my train of thought. Oh, as I was going to say is that they are. This was a gentleman's agreement that they would never, ever, 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 ever print the Power 9 ever again. All the reserved cards, and I mean never. That means they don't even print them as proxies. And I kind of saw the writing on the wall, because they did print them as proxies online, and I remember that. Like, you can get these, and they were actually pretty cool. The Black Lotus was awesome, and I was like, ooh. I'm like, I guess that's okay. I mean, it's digital and it's just a proxy, but all right, you know, I mean, it's just digital. How hard can it be? And that's them testing the waters. And then I guess there wasn't any outcry and no one seemed to care. So it's like, all right, well, now we'll do physical proxies. And think about it. If people had stores, like I have a friend who has a big store here, and they sell Magic the Gathering cards a lot. That's one of their main businesses. that can destroy your store. I mean, you know, they don't care about you. They don't care it's the secondary market. They used to. They used to care a lot. That's why if you played Magic online, it used to be that you could only get the physical. It used to be that the cards on your Magic Online account represented real cards, and if you got a whole set, you can cash that in, and they would send you an entire set of Magic cards to your house. And they very slowly, it's the old, you know, boiling pot of water, started to change things like, oh, now they're no longer proxies, they're just online only. Now there's this, now there's that. And, you know, they're trying to do that with us, and they did it to Magic, and we saw what happened. And, well, yeah. You can see where I'm going with this. It's like, we can't let this happen. We just can't.
So let's see. Ollie Wright says, if the Magic team thinks they're losing subs because of the D&D team, corporate war will trigger.
Yeah, they're gonna get furious. So
let's see what other people say after that. There's a bit. Grimhild says Hasbro stock has gone up 3.6%.
Oh, that's what I was going to mention. Okay, as someone who's my father we used to trade, and I've been following stocks since I was a kid. You know, it doesn't matter at 5 days. I know people are like, oh, the stock's been going. It doesn't matter. They care by quarter, and they care by year. Okay, that's what matters. Okay, if it goes up, it can go up 10% in the next 2 days. Doesn't matter. It can go down 10% in the next 2 days. Doesn't matter. It makes good headlines. But what does matter is the quarters. The quarters is what matters in the long term. So if the stock starts either stagnating, and that's just as good. If the stock is just stagnating or going down over the long term, that is bad. They want it to all go in one direction, and that's up. In fact, they want it to go up a fair amount. You know, I think it's at least 8. Usually about 8% is good. 8% per year is what they really want. If it's even goes up 2%, that's not good enough, and they'll get in trouble. Like, they need it to keep going up. So if it stays the same, they're in trouble. If it goes down, they're in trouble. If it goes up just a little, they're in trouble. They need it to keep going in only one direction. And to be honest, that is also why I'm changing hats here. This is why the video game companies are all selling each other, because they were running out of ways to make money. They were monetizing people so much, and they were worth so much money that they're like, we literally can't figure out new ways to make people pay money, because there's a limited amount you can get from each person. And they saw the writing on the wall, so they're like, just sell it. Someone else's problem. And that's why they're all selling each other to each other, because that's what they want. Sorry, I went on a diatribe there, but it is related.
Wild. I think that's interesting. I think people like
it's related.
So Brian Young said, if I entered but did not win RPG Superstar, can I publish my monster using 1.0a? I know it is owned by Skyscraper.
You know what? I'm going to update that. I was going to do something. The reason I have to do that is for legal reasons, is because I have to own everything, and I can't say I own it after you win, because then you can say, oh, and this unfortunately happened to me once, is someone didn't want us to publish it after we published it, and they even signed the contract. I'm like, well, can't. I paid you and you signed it, and I worked it all out. I actually spoke to them. I got it all worked out. We fixed it, and I was able to fix it even before it went to print, because we give out our PDFs right away. But that does happen, is that because you edit them. I mean, these things are edited, and so we do have to own it. But I will probably put a provision in there and update the rule saying that if you don't win, that it's yours and you could do with it as you wish. So
okay,
I'll take care of that.
I know that the reason contests usually say that you own it no matter what is just so that the people who put it in lose, and then let's say you do something else later, can't be like, you did something that was somewhat similar to mine.
I'm going to check with my lawyer
that,
before I do it. We made a new
dragon, and someone said it was similar to the dragon I submitted, though.
Yeah, I'm going to put a new.
You have to check on that.
Yeah, I got to
Shadow
check
Rodney
my lawyer.
Said, thanks for the answers. I wonder if all the indies could pull together to form a community-driven TTRPG circus. Also, apologies for my vague wording. Long day. I am new to the actual community law. I don't know. I mean, maybe we saw when the Black Flag announcement from Cobalt that Wolfgang Bowers put a tweet that said, "Don't split the party." That in response to and something that was in the MCDM thread. Oh, here's a big one for the D&D cancellation. Rob Tremarco says, "I have been a subscriber of the DDB max level tier."
Rob, okay.
Yes, max level tier since its inception, and I just canceled it. We are house roll for combat. There is no call. We do not answer. There is no faith that we betray, said Rob.
I say it again. I talked over you because Rob is a member of Roll for Combat. He is a formidable person. I'll leave it at that in real life. He cosplays as a Kingpin and is probably bigger than the real one. He is an interesting and one of my favorite people in the world. He plays everything. So read that one again because that's a big deal.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna read it again. I think it's really huge. Rob says, "I have been a subscriber of the DDB max level tier since its inception. I just canceled it. We are house roll for combat. There is no call we do not answer. There is no faith that we betray." That's what Rob said.
Yeah. And if I had a subscription, I would have canceled it. I already did. I did a while ago. But I would cancel it again. And I'm definitely not playing Arena anymore. And again, do like and subscribe. I haven't been pounding everyone to do it, but if you want more content, or we don't give a lot of notice when we go live, if you notice, and we usually don't go this long. I probably would have stopped because it's pretty late, but someone is telling me to wait that I know, so I'm gonna wait.
we want to make sure that we don't actually miss the announcement if someone's telling you to wait, right?
Yeah, I know, but
so
it
also
might be a
for
while.
people, we're gonna have Bob, who wrote the 350-page PhD thesis about the OGL, on tomorrow. So if you subscribe, you'll get an alert that we're when we're going on with Bob, and so that'll be cool. While we're let me do a few more of these super chats. So Atrox gave us one that was just a super chat. Thank you so much. Black Moose V said, "Return to D&D after 20 years to assist healing from PTSD. Under WoTC, I wish I had found a welcoming community with mature progressive values, but it has been a disaster." Let's see what else we've got here. We have from Atrox, "Conspiracy theory, roll for combat, deep fake OGL 1.1 for super chats? No, just no."
Was it OGL?
A lot of people had OGL 1.1 way before us.
It was in contracts.
It
was in contracts.
Oh, it was a context with the rest of the chat that were making jokes. Okay.
Okay.
French Money said 4 digits.
Yeah, 4-digit DCI number. That's
4-digit DCI number. Oh yes, Steven. Yeah. This is back when you showed that. You've got an impressive DCI number.
I do. It is fun when I go to tournaments and they're like, "What's your DCI?" I'm 57554, and they're like, "That's it?" I'm like, "Yep." And it started at 1,000. Although you have a much more impressive Pathfinder Society, organized places.
Yeah, because in Pathfinder Society, they're numbers that go out to the tens of thousands. It started at 1,001. Okay, for the fan community. So I had 1,245, so the 246th person anywhere to sign up for it. But my number got changed to 9 at Paizo, so it is more impressive there. Hermaean one said, "Going through the 5 stages of grief. Love 3.5, flaws and quirks, psionics and third-party content 1.0a. Dying means shutting the door on anything coming out or selling anything I make on that glorious broken mess." Someone said that you're in mirror mode, Steven.
I am in mirror mode.
Mirror.
I know. I got. You know why?
When you show your book's.
I know. You know why? Because I was in meetings today, and all my software messes up, and I I gotta fix that. I know I'm in mirror mode.
Yeah, it's all right. Cordell Warren says, "I'm a Magic player. I only do physical play only." Cordell says, "Arena is garbage. Support your local business. Make WoTC split those profits." Taylor Hubler says, if you guys want to talk about how this would impact the indie RPG scene, I work for Indie Press Revolution, the indie RPG distributor. I'm sure I can work out people for you to talk to, maybe even me.
Oh, I
mean,
know.
that's
Actually, I
cool.
know you guys. I've seen you at Gamma
Yeah.
and other things.
I've seen some of
I have their
some
card
of the
here
press on
somewhere,
that.
actually.
Awesome.
Mm.
Robbie McHugh sent a super chat, just sent one to us. Let's see what else we've got. Drenix, it's like Phoenix with a DR, said, a great TTRPG game system that I use for Silly One's bots is Avatar The Last Airbender TTRPG. Monster Hearts is also a great game for Vampire Diaries like content. Maceman94 said, let them feel our stings for Lady Callistria. That's another Wasp one. For those of you who don't know, Callistria is the goddess of vengeance in Pathfinder, and she loves wasps. So I think you weren't thinking about that, Stephen, when you suggested that people canceling our wasps.
Nope.
People said that the mirror mode kind of makes it look like you're looking at me, so that it's not necessarily bad.
Yeah, the problem is like sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. But then what ends up happening is that I was in work meetings today, and then it all messes up. I gotta like either get a dedicated computer for streaming, or just change it every time. I don't know what to tell you. I tell you, a week ago today, you and I were just doing our own little thing in our own little corner of the internet.
We had gotten the leak last week today because we did it last Wednesday. So it had been just the day after the leak.
Yeah.
And that would have been when Linda put out their article, right? Would it be a week ago today?
Yep.
And that was when people were like, whoa, Roll for Combat was right. We weren't sure about this, but oh my goodness. And it was when it really started picking up. Smell Then Sing says, could WoTC feasibly and fully backtrack from OGL 1.01 without also replacing its CEO? I mean, I guess they could, but it seems unlikely. And Tiny Blue Gown says, how do you think the OGL will affect places like D&D, Wiki, and Roll20? Stephen, what did you hear about with Roll20 and the VTTs?
So this is something I want to say, because I've been actually hearing from some of the communities and people in the VTT. I don't want anyone to freak out. I don't want partners to freak out. Look, I get a lot of income by publishing on Foundry and Roll20 myself. So they're not going to be affected. They can be, okay? But they're not, all right? I'm telling you right now, all that needs to happen is 1.0A is upheld, and that's it. Seriously, that's all that has to happen. And I realize it's a scary time, especially it's a lot of effort to put this stuff out. It's a lot of effort to say, okay, I'm going to put out a book, and then I got to work on the VTT parts. Tell me about it. I do it. Oh my God. You see the chats. You see what's going on, Mark. You see how many I have to talk to the two entire sets of coders and testers. It's not even one person. It's multiple people. It's much more work than even working on the book.
Yeah, there's just a lot.
It's a lot, but don't worry. Okay. I'm telling you that right now. Okay. They don't need to put up the fights. Okay, the Roll20s and the VTTs of the world don't have to do the fight. The people who have to do the fight are myself or Paizo or Cobalt Press or someone else. Like, if just one of us wins, we all win. And I don't think Hasbro, the EFF put in a very interesting article about this, basically stating that Hasbro doesn't understand the OGL and what it means, and that they're in trouble. Like, if they decide to fight this and they lose, they can lose a lot more than just the OGL. They can lose their copyright to the game system mechanics. And if they do, and we talked about that yesterday with Brian, like, they are playing with atomic fire, and they just should leave well enough alone, because if they start having judges start looking to see if role-playing games can't be copyrightable and people can start reprinting them like they do board games, well, things are going to get a lot more interesting very quickly. We talked about that yesterday with Ryan. It's like, you can reprint a board game if you want. Pretty much exactly. As long as you don't use the same terminology, as long as you don't use the same colors and the styles and everything else. But that's why there's Monopoly clones. That's why there's Shoots and Ladders clones. Not that I believe Shoots and Ladders is owned by anyone, but there are that game's ancient. But you know what I mean? Like there's Monopoly clones all over the place, and you're like, how is that possible? It's like because they can't. You can patent it, but the game mechanics are not copyrightable. Specific things like the naming and the branding and terms and colors and set dress, that's copyrightable, but not the mechanics. So you can come out with a Monopoly clone. And right now it's in a gray area about role-playing games. And if some judge decides to look at this while it goes to court, or better yet, if Hasbro sues me and I countersue and I say, okay, I not only am I going to invalidate the OGL, and I'm going to say the OGL is valid, I'm going to say that D&D is invalid and not protected by copyright. Let's see them judge that while we're at it. Because I'm already paying for the lawyers, might as well get a 2-for-1. And if they get that judgment against them, suddenly you can start printing Dungeons and Dragons exactly the same as it is now, as long as you don't use any copyrighted terms, as long as you use different trade dress, different fonts, nothing preventing you, and they can't do a darn thing about it. They are in trouble, and the thing is, anyone needs to win. That's it. One person. You can have 99 defeats and one win, and the one person that wins, and then that's it. So I want people to calm down. Don't stop developing for your VTTs. I've been seeing most of our super chats are like, what should I do? What should I do? Keep doing what you're doing, okay? If you can easily remove the OGL content and you want to feel safe, and the SRD content, sorry, and don't publish with OGL, then do it. But if you are using a system like Starfinder or Pathfinder and it's impossible, just do it, okay? And on top of that, if you're publishing on, what's the Pathfinder system, the online, not DM's Guild, I forgot, Pathfinder Infinite.
You mean Pathfinder Infinite?
If you're publishing in Pathfinder Infinite, Paizo's got your back, so don't worry about that either. Like, then you're totally safe, because that's going to be protected. They have to fight Paizo and they have to fight Drive-Thru to get that taken down. So that's going to be a big fight. So
would they have to beat both or just either?
Both. They'd have to fight both.
Because if Drive-Thru wanted to take it down and Paizo didn't want to, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the contract between them, but it would probably be both, and there's probably a special instance. But again, if they're trying to be as draconian as they are, they could, in theory, say you can't publish anything on Drive-Thru that uses OGL, and that would put them out of business. So, and even though they themselves do the DM's Guild, which is so weird, but that's a separate contract, and that's a separate, when you publish something, by the way, through DM's Guild, it's not through OGL, and when you publish something through Pathfinder Infinite, it's also not through OGL. That has its own separate agreement. So that's also why it's protected, but it's all the same publisher and it's the same company. So I don't think WoTC would go after them, because they make a lot of money off DM's Guild and it's their own content, but it's not impossible. That's why this gets very confusing, and why I don't think they really thought this through that carefully, because there's so many interconnections. It's like, okay, well, we're going to go after everything that has OGL 1.0A. Well, that's Drive-Thru RPG, which is your partner on DM's Guild. So are you going to go after your partner? And they're like, well, probably not, and then, it's a very small community. And if you try to do what they did, which is just like, let me just remove the OGL from everyone's content, well, suddenly everyone is affected, whether they realize it or not. I don't think they really thought this through. They just didn't. So
John Harrison sent a super chat. Just announced WoTC is no more. They're now called Liches of the Coast. Kim Nowell said Wizards of the Coast C&D. Wesley Bruce said, could enough damage be done that WoTC may sell D&D to a fan buyer with deep pockets? Probably not. I mean, with Ryan, or was it, who was it that was saying that WoTC usually, maybe not Ryan, that WoTC usually doesn't sell but that they just hold on to property for a while and then see what happens with it if they own it.
That was me.
That was you. That was you.
It was also, it might have been Ryan too. But yeah, I was the one, because back when they were completely dead, when D&D was really dead and no one was using it, I knew an investor group that tried to buy D&D. I don't know if it was for 20 or 40 million. I don't remember, but they tried to buy it for 20 to 40 million. And they didn't buy it, obviously, because they still had plans. And, so there you go.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Right.
So
Steve Rennie said, put an X in chat if you're a WASP, and canceled. Several people then put an X. Important that I wanted to make sure we get to, because it involves our moderation right now. Knights of Last Call said, gotta run, RFC. Thanks, chat, for being super decent. We are talking about 13th Age tonight on the Knights of Last Call live stream. If you're interested in learning a new non-D&D but D&D-like game, stay strong, everyone. From Derek of Knights of Last Call. So that means that we have lost our extra moderator. I will do my best to try to moderate, but I have to tell you that it did help to get the super chat ping about it, because it is very
so
hard
here's
to
the
keep up
thing.
with all these.
The news is breaking at 3 p.m. your time, so with 50
you sure?
minutes positive.
Are you more sure than you were about the other one? Because I know it was correct at the time, but WoTC changed their mind.
This is someone else. I'll send you.
Okay.
I'll send you in chat. Hold on.
All right. I won't leak your source, but I will say whether I find it more, whether I believe that I am more convinced when I see it, without giving any spoilers. Debbie W says, well, it won't happen. I'd be super amused to see WoTC go after Blizzard for Warcraft royalties and watch them try to outlawyer each other in court. That would be funny. Lord God says, how are there no announcements? Well, Lord God, according to Steven, there has been an update that there's going to be an announcement.
No, this is someone else. Someone else.
Oh,
this is a different announcement.
Okay. So there is
I sent you in text. I sent you in chat what it is.
It looks like...
Don't say what it is.
Steven has a very reliable source. I won't. Steven has a very reliable source that something big is going to be announced. We're not saying that it is the Move D&D thing, to be clear. And Steven, you just said that you're not saying that it is that. But there's going to be a big announcement.
It's a big announcement. How about this?
This is from a source that's so reliable that I'm willing to, even though I say constantly, don't trust leaks about the future. You never know if a leak about the future is correct. But this seems to be from like the horse's mouth. So I think that it is incredibly credible. But that it sounds like it's in like about 45 minutes from now.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to, you keep going. I'm going to get a drink, and then we'll stick around for 45 minutes. We'll go for this, and then we're going to end the stream.
Yeah.
Because I can't do this for 5 hours. Because I was actually on Instruct the Boy earlier today. So
yeah, you were. You totally were. You're on so much.
I know.
So
I'm actually going to not get any work done ever again.
Gosh. I'm
right.
excited to see what's gonna come.
Yeah, I'm actually excited too. And by the way, subscribe. Hey, do like and subscribe. And by the way, check out battlezoo.com. You can download for free
a dungeon /ancestry.
You know what? Let's bring it up. You can play a dungeon. You can play
a turkey.
You want to play a turkey? You can play a turkey.
To be fair, that's a subrace /heritage. So if they want some of the other things related to the turkey, there's some necessity in getting the Indigo Owls. But
look at that guy! Look at him! He's so happy. Bring out the cranberry sauce. So here's the history, by the way. So here's the free Ancestry dungeon that you can buy. It's free. You get it for Pathfinder or D&D 5th edition. Boo, but you still can. Mark and I wrote this and designed it and laid it out and published it in one day. It's 5,000 words. We did it in one day because I thought it'd be funny to be a good April Fool's joke. And I almost broke the Pathfinder World internet, not the 5th edition because it wasn't ready yet.
Me and you.
Yeah, we almost broke ourselves. I was up all night, but we got it done. And it was even a VTT. We even got the VTT module out for it. It's free on Roll20 and Foundry. You can download this now, and you can play a dungeon. Okay,
And
totally
we're serious.
free.
Even though we released it on April 1st, it's
Dead
like
serious.
I treat the topic
Real.
seriously.
Well, that was everyone. Everyone's like, "Oh, that's funny." Everyone wrote us the same thing. They're like, "Oh, that's funny. You can play a dungeon. That's cute. Oh, there's a link here. Let me download it. Oh, there's a PDF. That's kind of cool. Wait, this PDF's like 10 pages." And then they're like, "Oh my God, it's real." It's a real product. And people were freaking out. But you can download it yourself. And if you use Path Builder on Pathfinder, we don't have this for. There's no
They have
like
dragons on there for free. If you
that's
use
already
Pathfinder.
that's there for free. And we have all of the Jewel the Indigo Isle ancestries completely for free. And you can play Chichori, Gatsugori, Gamayan, Hargadin.
Those are like ram people, parrot people, pig people,
Mhm.
a coral people. Those ones are really interesting. Rock people. There's a whole bunch.
Yeah, Orpork, Wildfire Leshies. We even have familiars. There's these new cool familiars. And yeah, there's a lot you can
Familiars
get
are
here.
awesome. Linda
Linda,
Palmer
your
really
partner, wrote
understands
that.
how to make cute things. Yes, she's
Yeah.
my partner.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing. So this was written by myself, Ron Lundeen, who worked at Paizo, then now WoTC, Patrick Reddy, who worked at Paizo, then WoTC, Mark Seifter, who worked at Paizo, then me, Linda Zays Palmer. She still works at Paizo, and the only one who didn't work at Paizo was Vanessa Hoskins.
And she now works at
And now she works at Paizo. So she was the only one, and now she does. So I can now say every single person who's ever written something for us has either written for Paizo, WoTC, or Ian World, except for me. But I've written for Goodman Games, and I've written. Oh no, I've written for Paizo.
Like that one.
No, I've written for
Opera Ghost.
Paizo.
Didn't you write that Opera Ghost for
I didn't work for
Paizo in
Paizo.
a back matter?
What's that?
You wrote like an Opera Ghost in a back matter for an AP for Paizo, right?
I wrote a
Something
lot.
like
No,
that?
I wrote for Starfinder and Pathfinder. I did a lot.
Yeah.
I did the Boogeyman for that was one of my best ones. The best monster I ever created was the Rook. Best. Loved it. Phenomenal. They finished the artwork, cut for space. I'm still angry about that.
Oh.
Phenomenal. Anyhow, this also Player's Guide. This comes out. Someone's writing me. This you can go over what's in this. This is huge. This is all also
we
free.
have a giant free Player's Guide that has the entire city gazetteer and just everything in it is free.
Totally free.
For
Totally
our adventure
free.
path, but you can run that as a pirate city without running the adventure path. We've got a lot of stuff, so do check out battledoo.com. The link is underneath the video. Should I do a few more super chats? What do you think, Steven? While we're waiting for this?
Yeah,
right,
so I'm just getting
says,
we're getting a lot of text.
Wouldn't it be funny if KOTOR got put in WoTC's site? So Triggerbot, what we discovered, Steven, is the first person who put that meme about KOTOR up. Ryan Dempsey couldn't believe it because he had responded to the tweet of Steven's meme with some information, and he didn't realize it was the same person who he was interviewing with, which was hilarious. But basically, Ryan told us, and we're going to do a clip video of it, like probably one of these days, just a short, like 8-minute clip from our big video yesterday with Ryan. But Lucasfilm had a separate license that KOTOR is on, so that KOTOR is one of the only things that is like definitely not going to get involved here, because they already weren't necessarily just using the OGL, right? They had their own separate license for it.
Yeah, that is correct. And all
right.
Yeah, but because I thought, and it's going to be a clip tomorrow if you're not watching the whole thing. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh boy.
This is a different one. On D&D Reddit, for anyone wanting to cancel the D&D Beyond subscription in response to OGL 1, we should all use the same or similar reasons for canceling the show. WoTC, we're serious. This was almost 6,000 likes, and this is, it's a day ago, but major update. We're having an effect. This has been going around, and now I'm telling everyone in the community to start getting the word out, to start also canceling, removing, deleting, stop using Magic Arena. We have to. I know look, I know a lot of people play Magic. A lot of people look. I play Marvel Snap every day. I spend half my vacation standing around playing it. It's like it's very nice little time sink that you can spend 5 minutes to play a game. But you know what? If they control everything, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So you can trust me. There's a lot of games out there. There's a lot of good card games out there. There's a lot you can try. Just take a break for a few months. It's a good excuse to try something new, and maybe if something happens, you can go back. But I would say delete, cancel your D&D Beyond, and get rid of all of your Magic Arena, because that will let them know when they start seeing it's affecting Magic. They're already freaking out. They're gonna really freak out. So anyhow, but I was just saying this is like becoming big.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lord Understatement just sent us a super chat, not with an understatement included. El Chavo to 64 said D&D more like C&D, capitalists and dragons. Shan Wolf said, everyone hydrate, take a break, go bio. This is a marathon and not a sprint, because, well, we do have a few more minutes now. It's about 40 minutes until
it's
the big different announcement than the announcement that but this one is very, very rock solid, incredible. Gloomfall says dungeon ancestries are the best. Thank you Gloomfall. That was just gonna put that out there. The dragon book, that was something I pitched to Steven. This is just something that Steven had been watching one of Ginny D's videos for us that was talking about dungeons. Steven's like, Mark, it's almost April Fool's Day. We have one day. Can we do it in a day? And I said, well, doing things quickly is one of my superpowers. So if you can lay it out. And Steven said, yeah, man. Then he told me about how he had been using InCopy and InDesign for like decades in the past, and that he could lay it out. And somehow we did it in a day. I'm still not exactly sure.
We did it less than a day.
Dilation involved.
We did it in less than a day.
It was, well, I mean, if you count when you first told me and I started thinking about it, it was a little over 24 hours. But the writing of it took less than a day, and the laying out took a lot less than a day.
And the turkey, I think we did the turkey in 2 days. Maybe it was even 3.
Yeah, it took a little longer because the VTT part of the turkey took longer, even though the turkey was a lot shorter. Writing it didn't take very long.
Yeah, but I also did get custom art for that. So the dungeon was art I already had. It's my art, but
Sebastian Rodriguez, an awesome artist.
Yeah. You're out of focus, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right? Should I
just put your hand up like that? Just do that.
Put my hand up.
Here we go. Now put it back. There you go.
Put it back.
Yep.
I'm in focus. Hi, everyone.
There you go.
So Mr. Smith's government class said, cancel D&D Beyond. Joke's on you. I never bought D&D Beyond. Well, there you go. Demi Luna is wondering if non-Kickstarters can get the Battlezoo slime book. Anyone can get your monsters on battlezoo.com. We wanted to sort of connect in with the Foundry VTT and do a lot of streams and videos with people that were design streams. So we made it like this big one-stop product that had automatic Foundry VTT integration that would auto update, and it was one big thing. So right now you can buy it, but it's all in one. We may at some point do them separately, but right now you can get it, but you're getting all the ancestries, and you're going to get to be part of our design.
I experiment. Look, I'm experimenting. Mark knows this. I try.
You're an agitator, Steven. You totally are.
What?
You innovate, you agitate, you're constantly.
A good friend of mine said I am a disruptor.
You are a disruptor.
I am.
You're a disruptor, and that's something that I had heard about you. Even just I've met you, but I hadn't done a lot of business with you yet. And I was told by someone at Paizo, who may be the same good friend who told you were a disruptor. He's like, Steven's a disruptor, and I mean that in the best possible way, because you need someone who's chaotic and willing to go out there and do things.
Ooh, so maybe I'm chaotic good.
To get things to happen in the industry, to make things happen, that you need someone like Steven.
Maybe if I can't be lawful evil, I can be chaotic good.
That just shows how weird alignment is, isn't it?
It is.
You could be like two opposite alignments.
I know, I saw that. But yeah. But anyhow, what I was saying is that I wanted to try something because I thought it would be fun to have a new fun monstrous ancestry or race or species, whatever we're calling it, come out every month, kind of like Book of the Month Club, and it would be something everyone can look forward to. It was something everyone could just, talk about, and they are on our server and they can share, and it's just sort of something to bring the community together. And I was working very closely with Foundry in general. We work pretty much with most. In fact, we were the first module to ever be released for Foundry with their support, I believe. I'm 99% sure that's correct. Like, other people were doing things, but they were doing it on their own, and I was actually talking and using their programmers to help us when we developed the Battles of Best
some of their volunteer programs.
But still, it was considered. Still, it was considered like unofficially official. And that was we were the first ones to do that. Things have changed since, but we still work with them. We still talk to them constantly. And I just thought it'd be interesting. Also, the way Foundry is written is that I can put out one module and it will automatically update every month with the latest ancestry or race information. On Roll20, you can't do that. It's not that I don't want to do it on Roll20, and I probably will, but Roll20 locks down the information. So once you release it, it's very hard to update it. It's not impossible, but it probably will break your previous content. And so it was just going to be much, much, much more difficult. And I'm looking into it, but it's just their infrastructure doesn't really allow it. And that was the other thing. I just wanted to try something new. I was like, wouldn't that be cool if you bought a single module and then it just kept updating itself automatically 13 times over the course of a year, when you just, every time you come on every month, you got something to look forward to. So again, I just wanted to try something new, and it looks like the Year of Monsters 2023 was pretty accurate again, huh, Mark? And
well, I mean, but who are the real monsters of 2023?
Maybe, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. But at least
humans are the real monsters. But
but it's something that at least it's fun, and now in this year we're gonna need something fun. And we're not stopping. Like, all the art is done, so people are gonna wonder. All the art's done. Most of them are written already. It's not going anywhere. They're coming out. Okay.
Even if I've got a demon one that is close, and when we stop doing these streams as much, I'm gonna finish that demon and move on into Nymph. I have a lot. I've been making progress even despite everything that's been happening, which is obviously less since I've been on these streams too. But
yeah, and by really the way, so this month was slimes, and next month is doppelgangers.
Yes, that's right.
So if you want to be a doppelganger,
that. Do you want to tell the people who are watching what March is?
No.
What? No? We'll keep it secret?
Yep.
Okay, we're keeping it secret for now.
Because I don't know if it's going to be March, because I got to go through it. That's the other thing. I don't want to wait until it's a little bit further along, because I don't want to promise.
Missing like a piece of art or something.
Yeah, it's not totally done. So
yeah, no problem. Should I do a few more super chats?
Yes.
We got 200 Norwegian krona again. I'm going to remember it from the time you got it. And you weren't sure what NOK was, and we looked it up. Oystein Stoltvedt says, pledge super chat money to support indie 3PPs who run into financial issues from this. Then after that, let's see. We had a few more super chats. Ryan Bailey says, the WoTC employees email is now trending on Reddit, meaning the whole Reddit, not the D&D Reddit, all of Reddit. The entirety of Reddit.
You think that got their attention?
Maybe it was all of Reddit.
I can't 21. Wait. It's going to be years before anyone's going to be able to talk to us. You know that, and we know a lot of the same people, man. But oh boy, one day we're going to get to sit down and they're going to be able to tell us what's going on in those behind those closed doors right now. I'm very, very. I got it. I can't even imagine. It can't be fun though. Sorry for them.
Someone's gonna write a book about it, like the one about that we had the author on about the old days.
Who's gonna play you in the movie, Mark?
I don't
you know what? Everything gets turned into a movie. You never know.
You never know. Nodok Dozier said, please publish cancel Paramount Plus instructions with recommended reasons / method being the D&D show. I feel like that'll be hard to get back to WoTC on that, but like if you want to do that, like any step you want to take is good, but D&D Beyond is the strongest because they're looking at that directly. Matt S said, I just signed Ryan Dancy's petition. They need a few more over there. Lord Understatement.
I gotta do that.
Lord Understatement said, WoTC obviously rolled a 1 for initiative and now find that they may have lost the fight before it even gets to their turn.
Here's the thing. Oh God, I can't emphasize this enough. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight to the death on this. I do not think this is just the beginning. I hate to say it. I know they keep delaying their messaging, but unless, and it's not that hard. Here's the thing. If they just wanted to say, we're leaving OGL 1.0A alone, that's it. But if they keep delaying their messaging and they keep waiting and waiting and waiting, that just means they're crafting it, they're changing it, they're trying to figure out a way to do a separate piece with us. That is unfortunately not what any of us want, and they're going to try to divide the community. They're going to try to give us something that looks good, something they'll say, oh, there's no more payments. Oh, don't worry, we're not stealing any of your content. Don't worry, you don't even have to register for us anymore. Okay, that's great. Are you trying to not revoke the OGL 1.0A? That's all I care about. I don't even care. I don't care about any of that. I personally couldn't care less because I will never sign it. I will never sign 1.1 unless it is incredible and it gives you lots of cool stuff. And even then, I would just make a new company and sign 1.1 with a new company and keep Roll for Combat separate. I could do a holding company. There's a lot of, trust me, this is not new. There's a lot of tricks on this. The same way Ryan was saying how you could have a holding company for your properties and then like put your properties into a different company. And then I won't get into the legality, but there's a lot of ways to protect your property. And this is done by movie companies. This is done by production studios. This is done by book publishers. This is a well-known trick. And I'm feeling that in a very short period of time, every independent publisher is going to start learning these tricks. And in this day and age, when you could just go online and make an LCC with a click on the button, this is going to be very easy for you to start separating out your content and make your 1.08 content protected and your 1.1 in a different company and separate, so you don't have to worry about it. But they don't want that. They want all the fences, as we were calling them yesterday. There's all these fences up protecting you. They want to tear down the fences because they don't want new fences. They want the old ones removed. That's it.
Yeah, that seems right. So let's see. Mr. Blawface joined as a super fan. Thanks for that. Osgar the Fighter said, the Magic the Gathering Arena account deletion option 404. My account has been active since the Arena beta. So that would definitely make WoTC notice. Saint Ajora did nothing wrong. Says, welcome to the Iron Age. Comics are done. People are creating independently. TTRPGs are ready to move out of their Bronze Age. Viva la Revolution. Let me see what the next one after that is. So
while we're waiting is at 6:00 Eastern, and then we're going to end the stream. There's going to be an announcement, and not from WoTC. It's not a WoTC announcement. It's going to be someone else. And I know they've been working on it for a while, so let's wait. I have no idea what it is, but let's see what it is and discuss it a bit, and then I got to go because I haven't gotten any work done. So
I got a little done this morning.
I got nothing done.
I also wondering why are there? Maybe I'm just like behind on the memes. Why are there so many accounts that are the name of like fictional villain did nothing wrong? Like Saint Ajora is like the first like evil Zodiac brave from Final Fantasy Tactics.
I guess they're fans of the bad guys.
Yeah, probably. Captain Relic the Brass Dragon said the royalties are gross, but whatever. The biggest issue is they could take our world and our characters and claim it as their own. That looks like we've made it through the super chats at this point, but yes, do stay tuned because while obviously any links we get from WoTC, the leak we had about today was verified, and enough people, including Linda Codega, had seen it that it seems pretty clear that they were going to do something, but then they decided to change their mind. About leaks about the future can always be changed, but this isn't from WoTC. this leak Steven had, I'm not going to say anything about it other than that it's from the horse's mouth. So I'm very confident that this non-WoTC thing is going to actually happen in about 25 minutes at 3 p.m.
So
Pacific.
I have a poll up. I just put. I says I'm just curious because the numbers for Pathfinder and the number of people who have been interested in it, and not just Pathfinder, but lots of independent products has exploded in this last week. And I'm just curious if anyone has tried Pathfinder. I know it's so funny. I know it's one of these is like the DMs. A lot of people are DMs or has been telling their players, I want to play Pathfinder, but then there are players like, I want to keep playing 5e. And for the first time ever, there's so much ire that now the players are finally like, oh, you know what? Let's try that Pathfinder out, or try Starfinder, or try Blades in the Dark, or Fiasco, or something else. And it's finally happening that their worst nightmare is that this has given people the opportunity to try out other games. Last night, Mark, because I felt I was missing a few games. Like I actually don't have Blades in the Dark. So
I have it. It's good.
I bought
really
Blades in the Dark.
Steven, I'll run you through one.
Really? Yeah, I bought Blades in the Dark.
I'm sure
I bought Monster of the Week.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I love monster type stuff, as you know, and I bought Aliens.
Oh, cool. That one's been very popular recently too.
That one's really popular. I love Alien. I love that. I just want to see the world building.
On this poll for playing Pathfinder 2e from having written
has written the rules or half the rules.
There wasn't an option for that, but it looks like 47% of people, which is the plurality here, have not played Pathfinder, but they do want to try.
Here's the thing, and if you really you want to be convinced, check out Anton's videos. He was a 5e, diehard, and this happened about 6 months ago, maybe 6-9 months ago. And he started to play Pathfinder, and he has a whole section of how he slowly converted and sees the light of what Pathfinder does. And the nice thing about it is that if you play 5e, you'll pretty much know most of the rules. It's not that heavy of a lift. And the rules are so... Here, Mark gets the shine. The rules are so elegant.
Thank you, Stephen.
They are. They're so elegant and so systematic. It's written almost like a computer program, which is a good thing, so that you have the same rules for everything. You don't have to look everything up, and it's easy to play. There are a lot of rules. Everything's online. Everything's free. Okay, you can look up everything online. The archives of Nethys. I like PF2 Easy. Here, I'll give you some lists. You don't even need you want to play Pathfinder? You don't even need to buy anything. That's the thing. You don't. Okay, I mean, you should, but you don't have to. Wait.
The elegance of Pathfinder comes from just a lot of people. There are a ton of editors who help make it more elegant. I feel like of the people who are in there, Logan Bonner, who's now the lead designer of Pathfinder, elegance is something that he is really good at for game design. Obviously, Jason Bowman and Stephen Rodney McFarlane. Yeah. Those are the 4 people who are on there. Me and those 3.
And there we go, by the way.
Sent us a super chat.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of super chats. Go back to those.
A creature riding on a rocket that was shooting off into the air. Brandon Gurley said, if WoTC changes the contract involving my intellectual property without my input or permission, does that open the door for me to do the same? I honestly don't think it's right for either. But
no, you can try. But you are agreeing to they can't do it. I mean, this is a perfect example of like, if they can do it, why can't I do it? And that's exactly what courts would decide. Like, they can't. I've been in lawsuits. Okay, I won't get into this, but a long time, about 20 years ago, I was in a lawsuit. Nothing to do with gaming, I'll tell you that much. And that someone was trying to force me into a contract and into a situation that I did not want to be in. And you know what my lawyer said? He said, yeah, that's called slavery. You can't do that.
That seems a little bit over the top from your lawyer.
It was, but it's Alan, and you know how he is. But
Yeah,
he was,
yeah, I guess
I
that's
don't know,
true.
but
And
he
I
was
mean,
saying
I
the point.
suppose that is part of how those contracts work, which
This,
is
well, the point is
it's
they were
chilling
trying to
to think
make
about
me.
that's the way that's how those contracts used to work in the U.S. But it is a little bit over the
It's
top
a little
there.
over the top, but the point is that you can't force people to do things they don't agree to. You can't. It's not possible. There's laws. That's different. I'm not talking about laws. Laws can force people, but that's through a democratic process and that's part of our government. But laws and lawyers work hand in hand. The two support each other, and I won't. That's a whole other topic. But you need each of them to work in concert. And if you are, if you have the ability to force people to do things that they don't want, that's not a law. Then you are literally, quote, breaking the law, because the law does not allow that. And so
Right.
therefore, back to your question, can they force you? No. That's what it really boils down to. They can't force us. They can't force you to move over to 1.1. Anyhow,
That
you can
makes
keep
sense.
going.
I've got a few more.
Yeah, we got a
Ollie
super
Wright
sticker.
says Blades in the Dark is awesome. So is Pathfinder 2e. I agree. Roku says on that topic, if you're trying to sell Pathfinder to 5e lovers, what would you say? Like, I think it depends on which 5e lovers you're talking to. If you're talking to GMs, I would say that Pathfinder 2e has an encounter building system that like I worked on the math with that really hard, a lot with Logan Bonner, and that encounter building system, it has your back. You can build encounters, you can be pretty sure they're about as hard as it says. Might they be different because of like the environment or the interaction between your PC and the monster? Sure. It's going to be close to as hard as the encounter says it's going to be. And so it's easier to prep, run, GM, do anything that you need to do because Pathfinder 2e is made to try to help you with that. For players, I would say it's got more options. You get to make more choices about your character. You don't kind of just stick in a subclass and then stop. So that's something that can be fun. And for someone who doesn't really care about the nitty gritty, but more the philosophy of like what's happening now, this movement, you could think of it as like D&D is to Windows, like Pathfinder is to Linux, right? Because Pathfinder is the one that it came when the license was closed last time, the GSL, when in 4E. That's what caused like Pathfinder was created out of that whole moment. So it's sort of the more open. Obviously, if 1.0A, you know, there's concerns, but it's the more open of the choices out there. So like that's what I feel. There's a lot of different ways you could do it. It depends on what your group is interested in and how they want to go about it. There's a lot of people who do a good job. You can find whole channels and posts about people trying to talk about it for 5e players. Trust me, one of the stereotypes of PF2 players is that everyone knows that they're happy to tell you about why you should switch over.
That is, yeah. There's two stereotypes. There is the bad stereotype, which is I might be doing a little of, is that we're trying to tell you why it's so good, and people are like sick of telling. I'm sick and tired. I'm not saying anything bad about 5e. I love Dungeons and Dragons. I grew up with Dungeons and Dragons. I played 5e
for Dungeons and Dragons.
What?
We published for Dungeons and Dragons.
We published for Dungeons and Dragons. I have no problem with it. In fact, I do play 5e when I want to feel like a superhero. I play 5e. When I want to feel like literally I am kicking butt, I play 5e. I prefer Pathfinder only because Pathfinder can be, it's actually gotten a little bit softer in the last couple of years. It can be pretty tough. And my guys, my core group, we like to play what I would say expert mode. They give their characters flaws. They don't take any extra archetypes. they like it tough. They want it really hard, and they like it hard. They do not want superhero mode. They want expert level. They want the mythic rating levels, and that's what I like. And that's actually one of the other reasons I like Pathfinder, is that so we're up to level 14, Mark, and it still feels just as deadly and just as hard at level 14 that it did at level 1. I mean, you have a lot more options, and you could take a lot more hits, but the other day, I did 120 points of damage in one round to Lauren, and she was not happy.
Uh-oh. So I ran just in D&D over the years a lot of high level play. and I cribbed a lot of things together myself to make it work in second edition, AD&D, and third edition, 3.5, but Pathfinder first. But ultimately, high level play had some issues. You could do it, but you needed to work hard to get it to work. That was one of the things that I really pushed, and was able to use that experience and to talk to just the amazing designers who were at Paizo and talk through the issues. And we were able to get through that. I'm so gratified that a lot of people are saying that they can play it all the way up to level 20, and it does not just
I'm not up there yet. I'm not up to level 20, but I'm pretty close.
I know, but I'm hearing it from other people, and it makes me feel so good because I worked really hard for that, and so did all the other people at Paizo. We really wanted that. That was a specific goal, and so when you meet your specific goal, when people like things, that's great. But when you meet your specific goals, that's even better in some ways. So Austin Eschweiler says, just got my PF2E beginners box. Will be switching. Outstanding, Austin. And it looks like we're about 15 minutes out from the, and not WoTC, but there's going to be an announcement, and we have it directly from the announcing individual. So that is going to be a reliable source that is also unlikely to get changed, like the WoTC reliable source that we had before.
This is a lot more reliable.
This is super reliable because it's directly from
people.
It's directly there. It's not
from people.
It's not a leak from multiple people, but that could get changed if WoTC changes the schedule. It's from those who know exactly what.
Maybe we'll get lucky and WoTC will put something out at 5. That would be crazy.
That would be hilarious.
That would be.
So Friendly Zeril says, are there tools to convert D&D skills and DCs to Pathfinder 2e? There's even better than that, Friendly Zeril. You're going to like this. Pathfinder 2e has a table of DCs. It not only can get you the DCs that you need for some simple DCs, which is similar to the D&D ones, like an easy, a medium, a hard, or they call them like simple, or we call them simple, like trained expert master, to show how good you would need to be to try that. There's a level by level DC, so that if you know the level of your opposition, you can use that. So it's like, oh, what's the DC for these castle walls? Well, maybe if you know that it was built by a 12th level, like a reckless engineer that just makes explosives and built the castle walls, and they're 12th level, you could potentially use the 12th level numbers for that. It doesn't mean you use the number for the levels of the PCs, but for their opposition. So there's whole tables, there's tons of guidance to help you, and giving out treasure with the economy, which 5e does not do as much. So let me tell you, it was a lot easier to do monster part building system for Battle Zoo, which I wrote for that and worked together with Level Up people to do for 5e. It was easier in Pathfinder 2nd, where there was more guidance. 5e, it was thanks to Level Up folks had already reverse engineered the treasure system. That helped us a huge amount going forward with our system there. Triggerbot says, if you want an extremely wacky game, look at something called Warbird. It's so fun. Wizards of the Tower says, playing PF, I love that system, but then again, I play every edition except 5e, says Wizards of the Tower. Love PF1, play PF2 if I did not have to pay to play. PF2 is free. You can get it on Archives of Nethys. Josh Harrison says, put your creative content into a holding company, then license it to your other company that uses the OGL.
Correct. That's a trick.
Steven's been saying that for a while, and WoTC 1.1 does cover it. I saw them have a thing that says you will not attempt to get around this, for example, by creating multiple companies. Anto from Icarus Games said that he appreciates the shout out and has had us on background, but missed it. Well, thanks for watching, Anto. You are awesome. Unholy Cow says, you did the encounter pricing. You're one of my favorite people then, because that thing is almost bulletproof. Well, it was a team effort. I did a lot of work on that, and there were just some interesting things that we found out. Like, for instance, you might be wondering, why is it 1,000 XP? Why does it take like always multiples of 10 for a lot of these things? And part of it is just because in the 20 level system, like having 20 levels in the game and the levels that your opponents could be, you would have needed to use a fraction. If you went out of 100 like percentages with XP, you would have had to use a half. No one likes to use decimals or fractions. So there's just a lot of weird, interesting math that came out of it. I love geeking about math and RPGs and PF2. PF2 is amazing, but it was absolutely a team effort with tons of brilliant designers, developers, editors, art team, just everyone at Paizo put their heart and soul into getting out what I consider to be a great game, but I'm obviously biased. I'll take it from you, Steven, that if you like it, then
Like
I
what?
feel like you're Pathfinder 2nd. I feel like you're less biased than I am.
Well, yeah. I mean, the other thing is that we play every week, and I've been playing every week since the 70s, and I felt one of the issues with 3.5, which I love to death, is that after our 10,000th game, you always had to keep, it was like you had to keep doing the same thing. It's like base building in StarCraft. Like you always do the same, and like you always have to get the same, I don't even, it's been a while, but you always get the same +1 weapon. You always have to get Cloak of Resistance. You always have to get you always have to get you know it better than I do. You always have to get the same magic items. And it just felt very rote. It felt like you kept doing it. And because Pathfinder 2nd Edition is so tough, when you get that +1 sword, like it is an accomplishment. Like it's like when you're like, trust me, when my guys, when they got a +2 weapon, they were celebrating. Like they were like, damn, yeah, like it is hard to get that gear. It is hard to get it. So yes, you're still going through the same motions. Everyone goes through the same, +1 to your armor, +1 to your weapon, then you get striking, and so forth. But when you get it, it feels like you earned it, and it is fun. That's my take.
Thank you, Steven.
Mm-hmm.
So for people who are tuning in just now, in 10 minutes, there's going to be a non-WoTC huge announcement. Do like or subscribe. We're going to have Bob, who wrote the 350-page PhD thesis and found out about quotations on here tomorrow. And if you subscribe, it'll send you an alert. There's a few more super chats. I should probably go through them quickly because we want to be up to date when in 10 minutes when the announcement drops. Gristle Lamb says Castles and Crusades is a great game if you're looking for an easier game than PF2. Super modular. The guys at TLG are awesome. Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, says, are all Pathfinder games number crunchy, extremely hard and tough? I've always preferred narrative and RP focused games when I play D&D. I think my group is very pretty narrative and RP focused. Pathfinder gives you a ton of tools for narrative and RP focused gaming. There are a lot of subsystems in the Game Mastery Guide, some of which I wrote in the Game Mastery Guide that are that encourage you to do roleplay and other types of experiences. So I would say no. What Steven is saying, I think, is that they can be hard and tough because you have the tools to adjust the difficulty and be pretty confident about what's going to happen. Whereas in some other systems I've played, and not even a knock on them, I love the other D&D systems I've played. I like all of them. But I've always had trouble adjusting the difficulty without doing a lot of my own homebrew tweaks. That I eventually became a game designer writing RPG systems. I was able to do it. I got epic levels to work in 3rd edition. I've heard not many people did, but it wasn't easy. And that's the idea, is that it's easier to make a hard mode, and it's easy to make an easy mode too. You would just run the counters that are one step easier on the encounter list than the recommended ones. And when you do that, you can be very confident that it's going to be easier. Cheese of Ages said, I wrote a mime ancestry to make fun of 1.1 forbidding pantomimes. For fun, suggest an ancestry feat. I'll put it in there. Well, I don't know. You could put a feat for your mime ancestry that allows you to, while other people own content, to claim that your mime is able to reproduce anything that they've written, and it takes a book and it just makes a copy but puts your mime's logo on the front of it. That can be your feat for mime. Matt S said, we are at 16th level in PF2E. The combat math is perfect. GMing is so much easier than 5e. Y'all just saying what Matt S said. Jorge Curo said, PF2E high level works. I have a live play for Fist of the Ruby Phoenix at level 17 and nothing is broken at all. Thank you so much to both of you. It just makes me feel good to know that one of the things we were targeting at worked. And there's so many good things.
Mark, you did your job.
I did my job. There's so many things about Pathfinder, and there's so many wonderful things that were put in by just all of my coworkers at Paizo, and that I'm excited about, and they work ridiculously hard. We all did. Like, the year it was coming out, it was so ridiculous that just like over the holiday break, we went to Linda's family's house over across country for Christmas, and I was just on the computer doing the spells for Pathfinder 2E. And I was trying to talk and be polite with Linda's family, but they would know if I hit a polymorph spell, because I would look like I was concentrating, they'd be like, "Oh, you're on a polymorph type spell again?" I'd be like, "Yes, sorry, I can't say a thing. There's so much math in these polymorph spells," and then that would be that for just going through things. But everyone at Paizo works super hard to make amazing products. I'm biased; they are my coworkers, and I have friends, a lot of friends there, but that's what I believe.
So get the word out, everyone. If you're on Discords, on the internets, wherever. So something big. I actually just had someone else write me. 7 minutes. Something big's happening. I have no idea what it is. I just know.
But it's different than the
same
big
one.
thing that.
Same thing. Same thing.
Oh.
I just had someone else confirm it, though.
Someone else confirmed it. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, already the person who confirmed it to you, I would consider to be.
I'd say that's a pretty good source, but I have another one.
Golden confirmation. Already.
Yeah.
So Stephen Power says PF2E also has magic items with a specific level and price. 5e doesn't. In a 5e game right now, and the DM was blown away that it had specific level and price. So yeah, we put in level. It's not a requirement. It's not like if you are not level 10, you cannot equip a +2 sword. It's a recommendation.
We'll talk about the rarity system. That's my favorite thing.
The rarity system was actually one of the things that that was one thing that was a particular push from me because of the fact that it's not the same as 5e rarity. Okay, it's not how strong it is. It's just like how easy it is to find it. And we put in things there that while their power level might be okay for level 9, their narrative consequences might be like, oh, now you can talk to all the victims of crimes, and so you can't do mysteries. So ones that have questionable narrative consequences we put as uncommon or rare, and the rule is if it's common you can find it, probably, unless the GM says otherwise. It's uncommon or rare. Uncommon, ask your GM, they'll probably find a way for you to find it, but maybe not, depending on their game. Resurrection magic is uncommon. If it's rare, it might be hard to find, but you can work with your GM, and that lets your GM know that they might want to make it as a reward item in dungeons. This, I believe, makes the social contract for gaming much easier, because normally a lot of systems, like Pathfinder 1, the one that Paizo put out before Pathfinder 2, everything just didn't say a word. There was a thing that was published that in the lore it said only one person knows this spell, an ancient evil wizard. It was super broken. It let you get around any spell with a hard material component cost for free and make infinite money. Okay? But everyone just assumed they were just able to get this spell because there was no rarity system. But by making the game have a rarity system, it's kind of like a situation where there are multiple authority figures, right? Or like the idea of like the cool parent and the mean parent who's being strict. When the game is trying to be the cool parent and just saying, here's all this stuff, we don't have any rules on it, then the GM has to be the mean parent and say, well, you know, this spell is only known by one ancient wizard, you can't have it. By having the game give recommendations, it lets the group work together and be more collaborative, or at the very least, the system is the mean one by having a rarity system, and the GM can be the nice one by saying, oh, I'm opening it all up to you. So it just lets you even think about the concept of what you want to curate for your game and how you want to do the flavor for your game, like what kinds of fantasy you want to put in. Like we had high-tech stuff. We made that all uncommon or rare in case you didn't want it. But if you did, it was there. So there, it is a very interesting thing for Pathfinder. Stephen Power. No Dozier said, need an OGL legal defense fund by someone reputable like Guys Gaming Foundation. Many of us will donate 1,000. Strange Bard says, 5e did not have good balance. PF2e is perfectly balanced. Mabbit093 said, I just finished GMing Rise of the Rune Lords, 2-year campaign in 2e. PC's made it to level 20. So much fun. Awesome, Mabbit. Cheyenne Trumbo said, a friend said they've heard rumors a new edition of Pathfinder. I don't know, Cheyenne. Tally Lysana said, my group plays a lot of TTRPGs currently in PF2E and WFRP. PF2E is great, but I do miss some ridiculous things you could do in PF1E, like parrying spells directly out of the air. Well, there are things to like block spells directly out of the air with shields. So some of that is in there, but yeah, there's all sorts of fun stuff around. Brian Young says, if Hasbro is defeated in any way now or in 6 months, the community should use the hashtag Dragon Slayers. Steven, you could make Dragon Slayers merch, says Brian Young. Let's get the last few because there's 3 minutes before this big announcement that is not from WoTC is supposed to happen. Captain Relic the Brass Dragon says, PF2 is neat. I don't like flavor having mechanical impacts like the gods clerics follow. Don't want to be pressured away from being a cleric of Apsu. So one way to handle that, there are some books, Captain Relic, you can check out is like splinter faiths of certain deities that have different different sort of statistics than the other faiths. You can find out a little more about that in Lost Omens, Gods and Magic, which is an excellent book. The Lost Omens line for Pathfinder is great. It has tons of good lore. I especially like Mwangi Expanse and Impossible Land, but all of them. Let's see. There are a few more that I want to get through quickly before we go in. So I will be going through fast. Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon says, I'm unsure of champions. Champions shouldn't be religious like clerics. Maybe a chaotic redeemer believes in redemption, doesn't follow God. You could adjust it to do that if you like. Aaron Mortar says, I run my PF2 game in Greyhawk and Planescape with a bit of Golarion. It works great. You don't need to give up your setting. Absolutely true. I've run PF2 games in other settings and it works fine. And it makes it easy for you to learn how to homebrew adjustments because the tools are there. Dune Solar says, in PF2, I ignore the level system, but I love rarity, especially for spells like Dark Sun from Old Dragon Magazine. Yeah, I loved in AD&D they had spell rarity too. It was very, very useful. I made it, Steven, I think.
All right, no more super chat. So we'll try, but no more super chats if you can. Yeah. Thank you for the sticker, by the way. That sticker is still up. Super cool. And it's been up. That was like a $50, $50 sticker. I've never gotten a sticker before. I think that's our very first one. But in the meantime, oh, hey, Tanker's Tavern. How you doing? Cancel your D&D Beyond subscriptions. All your stuff will still be there. Don't worry. You're just not giving them any more money. If you've been a D&D Beyond subscriber for a long time, that is going to destroy them. Trust me. They're going to look at those numbers. They're going to look and see not only just who canceled their subs, but how long they were being a recurring subscriber. It's going to be up there. This news thing, I keep refreshing. I know where it is.
I do not know where it is. So I keep looking at places where I suspect it to be based on what you said.
I'll give you the link. There, that's the link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. You're like, oh, that's it. Okay. It's not
I actually wasn't looking there, surprisingly.
Oh, come on. What is wrong with you?
No, I was looking at other places.
Oh, wait, I got a message. Release imminent.
Release imminent. Okay. So whoever was telling Steven, who I said was a gold standard for reliability.
Here we go. It's out. Let's look.
Let's find it. Let's react to it live.
Boom.
I see it.
Paizo announces.
Put it into the chat.
Yes.
Boom. I just put it into the chat. It is a blog. It says Paizo announces system neutral open RPG license. For the last several weeks, as rumors of Wizards of the Coast's new version of the open game license began circulating among publishers and on social media, gamers across the world have been asking what Paizo plans to do in light of concerns regarding Wizards of the Coast's rumored plan to deauthorize the existing OGL 1.0A. We have been awaiting further information, hoping the Wizards would realize that for more than 20 years, the OGL has been a mutually beneficial license, which should not and cannot be revoked. While we continue to await an answer from Wizards, we strongly feel that Paizo can no longer delay making our feelings about the importance of open gaming a part of the public discussion. We believe that any interpretation that the OGL 1.0 or 1.0A were intended to be revocable or able to be deauthorized is incorrect, and with good reason. We were there. Paizo owner Lisa Stevens and Paizo president Jim Butler were leaders on the Dungeons & Dragons team at Wizards at the time. Brian Lewis, co-founder of Azora Law, the intellectual property law firm Paizo uses, was the attorney at Wizards who came up with the legal framework for the OGL itself. Paizo has also worked very closely on OGL-related issues with Ryan Dancy, the visionary who conceived the OGL in the first place. Paizo does not believe that the OGL 1.0A can be deauthorized ever. While we are prepared to argue that point in a court of law if need be, we don't want to have to do that. And we know that many of our fellow publishers are not in a position to do so. We have no interest whatsoever in Wizards' new OGL. Instead, we have a plan that we believe will irrevocably and unquestionably keep alive the spirit of the open gaming license. I like that irrevocably in there, Eric. As Paizo has evolved, the parts of the OGL that we ourselves value have changed. When we needed to quickly bring up Pathfinder First Edition to continue publishing our popular monthly adventures back in 2008 using Wizards language was important and expeditious. But in our non-RPG products, including our Pathfinder Tales novels, the adventure card game, others, we shifted our focus away from D&D tropes to lean harder into ideas from our own writers. By the time we went to work on Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Wizards of the Coast open game content was significantly less important to us. And so our designers and developers wrote the new edition from scratch. without using Wizards' copyrighted expressions of any game mechanics. That's true, like all new text. While we still published it under the OGL, the reason was no longer to allow Paizo to use Wizards expressions, but to allow other companies to use our expressions. We believe, as we always have, that open gaming makes games better, improves profitability for all involved, and enriches the community of gamers who participate in this amazing hobby. And so, we invite gamers from around the world to join us as we begin the next great chapter of open gaming with the release of a new, open, perpetual, and, in italics, irrevocable Open RPG Creative License, ORC. The new Open RPG Creative License will be built system agnostic for independent game publishers under the legal guidance of Azora Law, intellectual property law firm that represents Paizo and several other game publishers. Paizo will pay for this legal work. We invite game publishers worldwide to join us in support of this system agnostic license that allows all games to provide their own unique open rules reference documents that open up their individual game systems to the world. To join the effort and provide feedback on the drafts of this license, please sign up by using this form. In addition to Paizo, Kobold Press, Chaosium, Green Ronin, Legendary Games, Rogue Genius Games, and a growing list of publishers have already agreed to participate in the Open RPG Creative License. And in the coming days, we hope and expect to add substantially to this group. The ORC will not be owned by Paizo, nor will it be owned by any company who makes money publishing RPGs. Azora Law's ownership of the process and stewardship should provide a safe harbor against any company being bought, sold, or changing management in the future and attempting to rescind rights or nullify sections of the license. Ultimately, we plan to find a nonprofit with a history of open source values to own this license, such as the Linux Foundation. Of course, Paizo plans to continue publishing Pathfinder and Starfinder, even as we move away from the open game license. Since months worth of products are still at the printer, you'll see the familiar OGL 1.0a in the back of our products for a while yet. While the Open RPG Creative License is being finalized, we'll be printing Pathfinder and Starfinder products without any license, and we'll add the finished license to those products when the new license is complete. We hope that you will continue to support Paizo and other game publishers in this difficult time for the entire hobby. You can do your part by supporting the many companies that have provided content under the OGL. Support Pathfinder and Starfinder by visiting your local game store, subscribing to Pathfinder and Starfinder, taking advantage of discount code OpenGaming during checkout for 25% off your purchase of the Core Rulebook Pop Edition, or Pathfinder Beginner Box. Support Kobold Press, Green Ronin, Legendary Games, Roll for Combat, Rogue Genius Games, and other publishers working to preserve a prosperous future for open gaming that is both perpetual and irrevocable. We'll be there at your side. You can count on us not to go back on our word. Forever. Paizo Inc. And that forever is a separate paragraph. I think Paizo has put its money where its mouth is as a company just ever since even before when Pathfinder First Edition started. That is the announcement. That is huge.
It is huge. It's literally I was saying for a while that I know people worried about the fight. I know people worried about going to court. I knew Paizo, and we said it just even yesterday and the day before, they were going to fight. They are not laying down. They have the money. They have the power. They have the money. They have a lot of money if they need to. Lisa is very, very, very wealthy. And I know where this is coming from. And let me tell you, they are not taking this, and they are going to fight this big time. And more importantly, this orc license, I mean, I haven't seen it yet, obviously, but
we're going to get a voice in it. We're going to make sure it's
good. We'll get part. And then if we can start publishing under orc, and that would be great. And then Wizards won't be able to do it. They can do whatever the heck they want. It's like, all right, well, we're not even using OGL anymore. So
this is huge.
Yeah. I know this was supposed to go out if Wizards did their announcement, but obviously they didn't. So we stayed on long enough that let everyone know.
The Charlie Brown football has to.
They can't wait forever.
Point.
Yep,
and that's why Paizo did it, I guess. Tankar's Tavern pointed out in our chat that technically some of this was speculatable, and I speculated it too. I just don't report my speculation. I only
Oh,
report
I
facts that we
speculated
get from
it.
things.
Yeah.
I speculated too, for which 10 Card Tavern mentioned, because Brian Lewis, when he sent that email we
Oh,
talked
yeah,
about
yeah,
yesterday
yeah,
on
yeah,
Ryan
yeah.
Nancy, it happened to have a link to Paizo.com.
Yeah.
So that speculated that Paizo might be behind Brian Lewis, but I just didn't mention it at all in our videos because I feel like I don't want to mention my speculation if it might or might not be true. I only mention things if we have multiple sources, if we have reliable sources.
Yeah, I mean,
that we can count on.
it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't know what orc is. I trust Paizo. I'm a partner with Paizo. One of their official podcasts of Paizo. Like, I'm a little biased here. Most of our friends work at Paizo. Your partner works at Paizo.
Yep.
It's like we're very biased,
true.
but at the same time, I know these people, and if they're gonna fight, they're gonna fight to the end. They're not. They are like, they're like a cornered rabid dog. They're very nice, but if you corner them, oof, they're
I
gonna.
might not call Paizo rabid.
Rabbit.
Stephen.
Sorry, I meant a cornered dog.
Yeah, okay,
Sorry, I
so
meant cornered dog. But yes, what I
Paizo
meant.
is
You and I
not
am getting at.
only-
Like, they're very nice, but if they need to, they're gonna fight. And oof, I would not want to get into a fight with them. I would actually be more scared of a fight with Paizo than Hasbro.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. But because Paizo has these overlapping circles of groups, and like Paizo has Paizo's not just Paizo upper management, who as obvious from this statement are strongly on board, right? There's the Paizo workers who are unionized. I was in that union before. I talked about it in the past when I was in that union before I worked for you, Stephen. I left from there, and the Paizo workers are just like, I have huge respect for all my friends there. They have so much integrity. Like it's beyond, like it's a lot of integrity and a lot of like teamwork and working together, right? Like a lot of places that have unions would have formed a union that was like, well, we're a union of the people doing the game design, but we're separate than, like, say, the warehouse or the the staff that does tech. Paizo, everyone's together in the union because everyone at Paizo cares about all the other workers, and they don't just want their own bottom line to go up. They want it to be better for everyone, which means a lot. Then beyond Paizo workers, there's Paizo freelancers who had so much integrity to what they stood for that they like made an entire movement on behalf of Paizo workers. Like everyone is, you're right, Stephen, everyone associated with Paizo has just, I have a lot of trust towards Paizo in regards to this statement. They've shown their what they are made of in these kind of situations back in the original GSL days when people thought, I'm going to admit it, I thought that Pathfinder might not be able to get big after they weren't on the GSL and they were just sort of a separate thing. I bought Pathfinder because I thought it was awesome, but I was surprised that it did so well, that ICV2 had it overtaking 4E when 4E was on the down and they hadn't been producing more for a while. So this is who Paizo is. If you don't know Paizo, this is classic Paizo, as June Solar said in a super chat. Absolutely. Captain Relic, the Brass Dragon, said Paizo W. That we're getting a bunch of super chats in support. Creative Burst says Panic at Wizards increases. Squealer Killer says your move, Hasbro. Take your turn. Let's see what else we have here. Boot 2 Head says the age of men is over. The time of orc has come.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah, that one's awesome.
I texted that to my friends at Paizo, by the way. That's how much I like that.
They're going to like it. John M said, do not mistake pacifism for weakness, WoTC. Check your move. Tiger Eye says, where can support a legal fund for Paizo? Let me know if they need it. All caps with exclamation mark. Well, it said that Paizo's statement, part of it was that they are putting up the legal funds. You can join in and help out, and they said in the statement they're gonna take care of that. So that is
a friend of mine from Paizo wrote, orcs, they've needed a redemption arc for a long time.
Yeah. Well, in Pathfinder 2nd edition, orcs kind of had a redemption arc. So this is a true story, but in the world of Pathfinder, there was an evil lich who led an army of orcs and conquered some areas that the orcs still held to this day. And then he got trapped. In 2nd edition, he came free. So he said, my orcs, it has been thousands of years. You will now be my minions again, and we will rule. And they were like, yeah, get lost. Even though a lot of them were chaotic evil, they're all like, no, we're teaming up with the other nations that we've historically attacked. We don't want to be your army. We're our own thing. And this caused just a massive amount of people actually like including lawful good nation just teaming up with orcs because nobody likes it when a lich is going to come and take things. Jeremy Cooper greatly appreciates Mark's thought processes and tamping of the reaction. Brandon H gave us another sticker. I like these stickers, Steven. I didn't even really know about these stickers. June Solar says this has echoes of 2007. Jonah Wilson says I'm off to my FLGS to buy a stack of Paizo books. GG40K said W, and then like there were like 50 or 60 A's, then like maybe 30 G's, and then about that many H's. So it's like a wog. Wizards of the Tower says Nat 20 confirmed for Paizo. Crit, no death save on WoTC. Night Trace 1 says, you love to see it. Classy move from Paizo, and I love that they're making sure that it isn't owned by them either. Yeah, that's just goes to show that Paizo is thinking about the fact what could change in the 23 years later, just like what happened here. They want to make sure this is for gaming because, like, ultimately, like, we can say what we want about certain other things that happen anywhere in the game industry, but Paizo is founded by gamers who loved gaming and who could have just retired with their WoTC money, but decided to make Paizo because that's what they believed in it. So we've got Stephen Hudak says WoTC has 99 problems, but a lich ain't one. Chris Hansen says now how long before Paizo lives long enough to become the villain and they try to revoke the orc?
They won't. That'll never happen. The person who's actually writing orc wrote the OGL. It's the same person.
Tiger Ice says Critical Role returned to Paizo and PF2E. Hope so. I mean, they did start on Pathfinder.
They did.
They did on Critical Role. Matt Mercer did, which is wild and is cool. RJ Esposito said, called this yesterday. I still can't believe I was right and that it happened so fast. Love it regardless. All hail orc. That is, yeah, I am not surprised because when I saw the Paizo.com, I thought, well, this might be Paizo then, although it's really weird that there was a link to the Paizo website while not mentioning Paizo at all and just mentioning Azora Loft. They wanted to keep it secret.
That was a mistake. They were not supposed to.
Yeah, I figured it might be a mistake. That's part of why I didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything either. Paizo. Yeah, that was they
because especially since Brian Lewis told everyone, please publicize this.
That was a mistake. I found out later.
Whoops. Okay, but fortunately, people didn't start speculating it might be Paizo that much until today, so at least it took a little while. James Anderson says, Paizo TCGA when? Really stick it to Wizards. Lagoon said, just completed my purchase for PF2, both hardback and PDF. Awesome, Lagoon. I wonder how our survey about how many people are considering trying Pathfinder has changed after this announcement. Is it still
I could put it up again.
It used to be about just under 50% are considering playing it. About a quarter have already played it, and about a quarter are not played it and are not considering. I wonder if some of those quarter who had not played it were not considering or planning have changed their mind. Jeremy McCutcheon says, Paizo drops the mic and rallies the troop behind them. Paizo and Battle Zoo are now going to be my main books, but Legendary Games and others will be filling spots as well. I like the people at Legendary a lot. I've written for them.
I talk to Legendary all the time. I talk to them constantly.
Legendary is cool. Mm-hmm. Like, I was just talking to them about the like relationship subsystem that I wrote for them, which like they pay royalties rather than a flat rate. And the royalty I got on that was like one of the most gratifying like make feel good amounts of like things that happened when I wrote something because I knew people loved that book that I put out. They're a good company and I like them too. I like so many third-party companies. There's just so many.
All right, I put up a little
put it up
poll.
A new one.
Different poll.
It's, are you interested in trying Pathfinder 2e? I guess you pick yes if you already play.
Yes, or well, I mean, I always forget. I'm always forgetting the yes, I already play or I already play.
That's why I help you with the surveys.
Yeah, because, well, I'm doing it fast.
It's okay. You're doing fine. But I did a lot of. I already knew some stuff about doing surveys from just being in academia and science and having to do surveys and things like that. But At Paizo 2, I looked more into surveys to try to make sure that the Paizo surveys didn't have biases where like you had a middle of the road option that everyone would click as a default, or other weird things with the way you word a survey can cause you to get some weird things to happen on the survey. Oh, a lot of people are saying yes now. It's a way higher percentage than just a moment ago.
And some of the
this announcement changed it.
Some of the other content creators have been asking us to help them with Pathfinder, Mark. And I said, well, here's something else that's fun when I play Pathfinder. And yes, I know I'm reversed. Whenever I have questions, oh my God, do my players hate this? I have the unique ability of writing and asking Mark, the person who wrote most of half the rules in this book, what the correct answer is. And God, that is one of my bucket list dream come trues. It's like when I play Pathfinder, I can say, how does that spell work? Hey, Mark, can you tell me how this works? So if you play Pathfinder, I'll give you Mark's personal info, and you too can ask him any of your rules questions. I'm kidding.
And since I work as a contractor for Steven, so to the extent that Steven tells me that I can spend that percentage of my workday answering your questions, I will answer. If Steven says, no, Mark, this is important because we want to help this movement,
on the Discord,
a bunch of questions.
On the Discord, we answer.
I already answer questions.
Yeah, you answer questions on our Roll for Combat Discord. Just go to discord.rollforcombat.com. Yeah.
But I'm trying to put out expectations, because if the number of questions multiplied by times 100,
not even us, the community, our community is a huge. Our community, my Discord channel has been around for 5 years. People are like, it's funny, people are like, I don't even know about this, and they're joining now. We have hundreds of play by Discord games, and on top of that, everyone there knows Pathfinder really, really, really well. So not only can I answer the questions or any of the other people, but then Mark will get in some of the more. Actually, Mark usually answers the questions if it's about dragons or slimes or one of the books he wrote. Then he'll answer the question, but Pathfinder questions are usually answered by the community. But
oh my goodness. Yeah, look at how many people are interested in trying now compared to before. It's 90% now. It wasn't before. It was when you added the people interested to the people already playing, it was only 75% before. So that just
69 actually, I think. But
what?
69, but
oh yeah, it was even lower. So that what that means is that just converted like 2/3 of the people who hadn't been considering it.
Yeah, I mean that's
assuming
the thing.
It's the same people, which it might not be.
And man, it's a beautiful and easy to use and elegant system. There's a lot, but I know how people are, and people who play. I'm just petting my dog. That's why I'm not looking at you guys. A lot of people want to continue to play fantasy, and that's great, and they want something similar. And Pathfinder scratches that itch. I do like to play Blades in the Dark, where I'll try I play Starfinder. Like I do like those as palate cleansers, but in the end of the day, I am sword and sorcery all the way, and I like my fantasy, man. That's just the way I play. So yes, crunchy.
Yeah, I love fantasy too. I like a lot of genres, and I like playing other games, but I always come back to it.
Crunchy. Someone asked real quick, and then we got to wrap this up. But crunchy means a soft game, or a game that's not crunchy would be a game that's mostly narrative. I think games like, I haven't played Fiasco, but I believe Fiasco and a few others like that are very narrative focused, and you really roll the dice. Pathfinder, which is sometimes called Mathfinder, because there is a lot of math. And
people called Pathfinder First Edition Mathfinder because it had tons and tons of adding modifiers. Yes. I have rarely heard it about Pathfinder Second. It's way less extra math that you have to do. The reason for that is that I did the math.
You don't need to do the math.
2, like the team had me crunch a lot of numbers so that we could do it behind the scenes, so you didn't have to do it anymore in the game system.
Yeah. By the way, here's the Discord channel. Everything's in the show notes. I know it's like no one ever looks at show notes. Like all my links are in the show notes, by the way. But here's the Discord channel if you want to join. And we are super, 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 super. I think I've only banned 2 people in my life on that channel on Discord. Maybe
Well,
one.
I hope you're not tempting people to join and get banned. But
No, but my point is they're very nice, and everyone there's very nice, very friendly, very cooperative. If you have questions about Dungeons and Dragons, they'll answer those too.
They're really informed.
Yeah, they're very informed.
On the Discord. My Discord is tiny.cc/arkmark. It's chiller and smaller than Steven's. Steven's is where that to have more people. John M, I'll do some more super chats so that we can make sure we're up to date on those. Then says, Mark, I'm ordering Pathfinder now, all caps, and I wasn't even considering. Says John M. That is fantastic.
You'll love it, and
we'll let our friends at Paizo know that just how much this moved the needle for the people who were watching it. Like 87% now. Cesar Drick said, attack of opportunity triggered. Let's hope it's a crit and interrupts the wizard's spell. So for those who haven't played Pathfinder, not everyone has a text of opportunity in Pathfinder 2nd Edition to allow movement to be more dynamic. But when you do, there's a chance on a crit to trigger. And
if you don't know where to start off, the beginner's box is amazing. It is absolutely fantastic.
It's
gorgeous.
It's a great box. It has good rules. It's got small little booklets with the rules, just what you need. The giant book that you see, that's because it has all the options for all the classes, all the feats, everything you can build your character with.
It's printed on real paper. It's not like this cheap, crappy stock that other people do. I mean, it's...
the beginner box. I remember Anto did a video, Icarus Games, where he opened the D&D box and he opened the Pathfinder box, and he was just blown away by the high quality of all the materials in the beginner box for Pathfinder. He was like, how can it be at this high of a quality? I think the answer is that the Pathfinder beginner box is intended to get you to play Pathfinder, not to make money on the beginner box. And that's got to be what it is, because it's got so much in it and it's really good. Marcus Katz says, is there much stuff for Pathfinder 2e solo? I've just dug out my PF2 and Legend of the Five Rings. Well, I mean, I've run it before for one player. Doing it solo, you'd have to put in some GM list stuff possibly, but I bet people will be able to come up with something.
I bet you go to the Paizo forums. You go to the Paizo forums. You go to the Pathfinder Discord. Reddit. I guarantee there's people who have done this, and you can just talk to them. I guarantee it. So. I'm actually going to end the poll.
Oh, by the way, Archives of Nethys has been knocked out due to the amount of people who are now interested in Pathfinder, since Archives of Nethys has all the rules of Pathfinder. Holy moly!
Free. Okay, well, you can go to Easy Tools. That's the one I like.
When Archives of Nethys, which is my favorite for that, is down, that's when I go to PF2 Easy, which you have to kind of search it. It'll only give you that one rule, whereas Nethys is just a nice browsing experience. But PF2 Easy is great, and PF2 Easy has our dragons on it, which I do love. Marcus Katz says, is there that was the one about solo that we already got. So let's see about this. The Wandering Table says, can get an update on Battlezoo Eldamon. Been looking forward to that for a bit. So Battlezoo Eldamon, for those of you at home, is a product Stephen and I have been working on, as well as a bunch of art that is being directed by Eleanor Farron, is working together with Steven, and Sfirat Solhan is drawing them. And we've been working on creating the art of New Eldamon. However, in terms of the rules, we have the befriending guide out for free to backers to just a very simple meet Eldamon and befriend some of the common Eldamon to make sure you can fit it seamlessly into your game before we can do anything else. When we're done with the Year of Monsters and getting that all queued up is when I'm going to move into Eldamon more fully. Let's see. So D.A. Smith Steisel says, my group just voted after the announcement to convert to Pathfinder 2e. Walter Starr says, I want to do a game setting with the primary race of the world are orcs, and then release that under the orc license.
By the way, Paizo is offline, Archives of Nethys is offline.
Well, we got it before it went down.
Yeah. Good job, everyone.
All right.
I guess that's a good problem to have, I guess.
Yeah. Jay McDonald said, open gaming is back on the menu. #orc.
So that's a good one too. I have a feeling we're having a whole bunch of orc puns. Yep. So actually, I do want to wrap it up. We've been on air for 4 hours, and 5 hours. Wait, one. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Count your
6.
extra hours on Indestructible.
Oh my god, we've been on the air for 4 hours, and then plus 5 hours. Ugh. I gotta get work done. And we have another interview tomorrow. And I gotta get the podcast up. So for those of you who are very interested in learning about Pathfinder, go to the Roll for Combat
Steven,
podcast. Yeah, what's wrong?
someone just super chatted. I'm not sure if it's the real open D&D or the one that was like the fake one, because I now know there's a fake one that's also in there.
What do you mean?
And it says that it says something about like leaks and stuff. Can you confirm or unconfirm this to make sure whether it's the real open D&D or the fake open D&D?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's in one of our super chats. Apparently they're planning to release let's see.
Oh, the OGL 2 is already leaking SRD 5.2 Monday.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true or not, because I know that there is also a fake open D&D in addition to the real one that people were saying were in there.
That will just make things interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't see it, so we may just happen to leave right before it actually is there, if that turns out to be true. But people are asking a bunch more questions. We're sorry, but we can't keep
them
going
real quick, and then I'm
answer all of them. Let's see. People are asking, what is Black Flag? That's Kobold Press, big third-party publisher for 5e, is planning on making their own system, and that seems to be what Black Flag is. Pathfinder was the first RPG I ever played, led me to play dozens of other systems. Glad to see Puzzle get their due, says Hammer651. Chris Moore said, how do we get a D&D Beyond for PF2E? There is one. Pathfinder Nexus is made by the old Bradford, Adam Bradford, is that his name, who and Demiplane, who worked on the original D&D Beyond. So there is a D&D Beyond for PF2E. It's called Pathfinder Nexus. Self-confessed cynic says, join a community game. Last Call, Knights of Last Call. Sweet Beats UK said, just bought Pathfinder 2e core rulebook. Skith Shadowclaw says, I'm going to be playing a game, Delver's Guide to Beast World, and runs off the 5th edition. Is there a way to convert it to Pathfinder 2e? And you could work on that. Pathfinder 2e has some similarities. It's not super hard to convert. We do conversions for our products. Xenoslave 42 says, Paizo online store is struggling. Scott Graham says that a new open free brand for the community to rally around, free, not D&D, pronouns F and F. Also, someone just linked me on Discord where somebody said they got their hands on an OGL 2.0 fact that was released.
Yeah,
I'll
look into it, but again,
we'll look into it.
I'll look into it. I need a lot of.
We can't really.
I need a lot. I can't say anything, and I need at least 2 secondary sources confirming it. So
I agree. So we're not confirming anything about this leak.
It means nothing. Trust me. I've seen a lot of leaks. I've seen a lot of things. People can come up with their own now. Unless I'm getting this from someone I know and trust, it means nothing. Unfortunately.
That's right. And so we'll let you know if we find more corroboration, but. We're gonna have to go. Thank you so much for joining us. We're sorry that it seems like there really were people in WoTC who it was planned to be from WoTC today at 3 p.m. Eastern. They changed their plans. Do we know if that's for sure because all of you canceled D&D Beyond? We don't, but it could have been. And we had this huge announcement from Paizo now that I think is going to take the gaming world by storm. So take care, everybody. We will see you tomorrow with Bob from the PhD thesis about the OGL. So please subscribe so that you will get an announcement when we're going on.
Mm-hmm. Do like and subscribe for those of you who didn't already. And otherwise, take care, fellers. And it's been a long... What is this? It's January 12th. It's been a long year.
Lemon, it's January.
It's gonna be well, it's the year of monsters. What can you say? Who knew? All right, everyone. Thanks, guys. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks for everybody. Super chatting, and hopefully you guys learned something and everyone had some fun. Talking talking to each other and helping each other out get through this difficult time. So